never slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
I'm gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some honestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No I'm not giving up, no I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
Checking for backup. Backup initiated. Locking out all ports. Clear. And we are good to go.
All right, Houston, thank you for the shout. We're back up here. We're live from 250 miles above your imagination in the International Fake Station. Having a good time up here growing our potatoes upside down and smoking incredible space weed. So that's what we do up here. Let's see. I got to get this one rolling over here too on the Rumble side, just so we can make sure everything's good on that one as well. So we're live on Facebook, we're live on YouTube, and we're live on Rumble. So we're having a good time. You probably noticed we also have Burn the Corporate Fiction is with us. I'm not sure if he's back live or not yet. He had to put someone down for bed. And he's at that point with the little toddler that we have to be careful about certain words so that they don't freak out. And words along the lines of going to bed, you know how little.
How's it going?
All right. There we got everything rolling. Now I'm going to take this and remove this intro. Wait, what happened? Oh, that's shit. I don't know how that goes. I guess I don't have to do anything. Okay. Anyway, the title tonight was Where's the Sun? And I had a lot of smart asses over here. Had to jump in and Of course, say, well, it'll be back tomorrow. So, yes, I know it's going to be back tomorrow. But where is it really? Is it on the other side of a ball right now? Is that what's happening? Or is it, where is it? Or is it just on another part of the plane so far away that we can't see it at this point? Real quick, I'm going to give a shout out to the people we have here with us tonight. Articudo's with us. Good to see you, my friend. Brian Stavely, Burn the Corporate Fiction, of course. He's right here in the window. Carrie Skates is with us. Charlie Welch. Every community needs a Charlie Welch. Okay. What happened? And Sean's not doing his stuff. You guys didn't pay him for his witty content. And so now he's just going to do music and video games.
Witty content. Yes.
Yeah. His intelligent and witty content. Yeah, that's what he described it as. So let's see. I got Dreamy Lynn is in here. Jeremy Bird, push button 62. Voynich, Jehovah's Daughter Barbara, hello dear, and ZX, which of course we know as Bubblegum Boy. Right? Okay. So anyway, I was in some discussions today, Ryan, with some people on Twitter. And of course, Astronomy Live was there. And I'm asking, how did you get? Now, in case you didn't know, Astronomy Live is buddied up with Red's Rhetoric. Okay. And so I was saying, well, how did you get this distance to the sun? This is what we're trying to figure out. He wasn't even in the discussion to start with. And none of these flunkies could tell you. They said, well, it's real simple. It's just trigonometry. And I said, okay, so you're just triangulating. All right, let's do this. I said, what numbers were used when they calculated this ridiculous 93 million miles? Right.
And which one of those were assumptive? Right.
Yeah, right. There's where, because all the rest of these distances are based on what's called an AU, or astronomical unit. And one astronomical unit is the agreed upon distance that they think the Earth is from the sun. Of course, all of it basing itself from an initial assumption that there's anything going around the sun.
Yeah,
we don't. Go ahead.
That type of science right there, right, is reminiscent of the Council of Trent. You know what I mean? Like think about it. The Council in Nicaea, it's like agreed upon. Well, as soon as you guys agree upon something that's not proven, and we're just going to make this our base value here. We're all going to agree that this is the assigned value to this, whatever it is. And it's not science anymore. It's a religion. And then it's completely predicated on everybody following each other and believing this horseshit.
Yep.
But,
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh, that's all right. They were just talking about this on, where was it? What was I watching? I believe it was, I think it was on Nathan Oakley. Yeah, Nathan Oakley's channel. He was going on about this very thing. That within those circles, they were talking about this toward the end of the thing. Within these circles, you go there, and if you stay within they want you to use your open mind to solve these problems, but only if you think along this prescribed paradigm. And this is how they ended up with having to make up relativity, because the other shit didn't work out. The Copernican model was fucked, so they had to come up with the theory of relativity. That shit didn't work, and the Newtonian gravity wasn't working out with what they were trying to sell. So, that must mean not that our math is wrong and that we're wrong and we need to go back and reevaluate. No, this must mean that there's dark matter. Well, where is this dark? Well, you can't see it as dark matter, but it has to be there or our math doesn't work. And I'm like, what?
I know. It's so dumb. And then when you look at like what Einstein actually said about it, and many other scientists actually said, there's actually no observable way, no observable experiment that you can do to prove that the Earth is moving. And in fact, he even said that he published the theory of relativity and stuck with it because the alternative was unsettling to him. The idea of being at the center of the universe unsettled him. And I happen to personally think that's because it means God is real. and he knows he's a piece of shit. So, you know what I mean? A little unsettling.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
literally look that up. Yeah.
and we were talking about this earlier, that there's no way in the world that after this amount of time that any of these guys, especially like Red's Rhetoric and for sure McToon, MC Toon or whatever his name is, there is absolutely no way they could not know and realize. Okay. Because they're not stupid. But what they're doing is they're making bank. Believe it or not, they're making bank. Okay. They're getting paid big.
No,
Right. And think about how soulless that is, because they know better. And they are preying on these ignorant, hopeful fucking people that so desperately, they know inside this shit is wrong, but as long as there's people they perceive as smarter than them to confirm this craziness that they're supposed to believe, it makes them feel better.
Oh yeah, because somebody much smarter than us has already confirmed this stuff, so we don't have to look into it at all. You know, and that's what makes these guys so brilliant. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson, there's probably no bigger piece of shit on the face of the earth. I would say that even Bill Nye is not as bad. I think Bill Nye is legitimately just an intellectual moron. That's all he is. Like he's an atheist, all that stuff. I think he's duped. Neil deGrasse Tyson, I think he's 100% in on it.
Oh, of course.
He's such a freaking moron. And they're not intelligent people. They're not. They know how to read and regurgitate information from their textbooks, but they're not. And they know that, and they realize, oh, we don't have to be intelligent. We just have to appear to be intelligent and have the media portray us as intelligent. And then everybody will believe anything we say, like that crap you just spouted off about the, the Transformer shit. That I couldn't believe I was listening to that. He actually tried to sell that as like a scientific thing. Neil deGrasse, did you see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was on Twitter. It was on Twitter, wasn't it?
I think so. Yeah, it was.
It was. Yeah. Of course, it's always is. It always is. I mean, some of the ridiculous shit they try to float in the first fucking place is just insane.
Yeah, they don't actually have to be smart. They just have to appear to be smart. People have to, and they'll buy it.
So I decided I was going to look into it because none of these people, I said, well, just give me the numbers and we'll work it out and see if we can verify this 93 million miles. So this Astronomy Live character, he kept posting links to the video, the very one that Red showed, that I busted him out saying, wait a second, you're assuming a distance to Mars. Where did you get that fucking distance from? And the guy, he says, I says, how did you measure the distance to Mars? And he said, astrometry.
Yeah.
And I know, that's what I'm asking about, man. All that means is measuring stars. How did you had to come to, it had to come from somewhere. And we know that somewhere was the astronomical unit, right? That we first have to know that distance to this thing that we are supposedly orbiting, right? Then we can calculate these other things. Once we have that established, then we have a known distance with a known size that we can actually compare other celestial objects with, right? Or at least that's the theory. So when you look at, so how did they come into that? Give me the three numbers. So nobody would do it all day. I said, look, all I'm saying is I want these three numbers and we'll figure this out. We'll see how did they get this 93 million miles. Well, the data's right here in these multiple links that I sent you. I said, well, wait a minute. I just asked you for three figures. It's two angles and a distance between observers, right? That's what you said. It's that simple. You want me to go through all your fucking links when you could just type in three fucking numbers? Two angles and a distance? There we are. Okay. I can form a triangle out of that at scale. Not a problem.
Well, they're referring you to people they believe are smarter than them. That, oh, I can't handle. Now he's asking me questions that require critical thinking. Right? I better turn this over to Neil deGrasse Tyson. Right? Or whoever.
Yeah. Classic appeal to authority.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's right in these links, these scientific articles that I sent you. Does it have the numbers? Does it have the numbers that I asked for? Now, why don't you just type those numbers down instead of just sending me a bunch of links to bullshit.
Let me see. I'll have to find it. This is what he sent me. This bullshit spreadsheet that had nothing. And it says, oh, the distance from viewing declination of Mars at this point and viewing declination of Mars at that point. So what the fuck has Mars got to do with shit? How is Mars going to help you in determining the distance to the sun? And how would you know the distance of Mars if you don't know the distance of the sun? What in the hell are you talking about? It's this
Right.
circular. It's just like that where these scientists, they say, well, we know the age of a certain artifact based on the level that it's found in. And of course, we know the age of the level by the artifacts that are found there.
Circular logic.
It's like, what?
Yeah, it's absolutely circular. It doesn't make any sense. It's like the whole concept of carbon dating. We're going to assume, right, that there's this synthetic molecule occurs naturally, right? And then secondly, we're on top of that, we're going to assume also that over an extended period of time, say thousands of years, it degrades at the same rate consistently, right? Now, both of those assumptions are wrong, but they're necessary for our calculations. Literally what the article said. Both those. So what do you mean it's wrong, but it's necessary? So your calculation, it's like, I'm going to go ahead and set my foundation on this quicksand, right? And as long as I can get that foundation right, it doesn't matter that it's on quicksand. I can build a house, right? That's, you know what I mean? Dumb as shit.
It always is, and it's it's this like they're trying to use some kind of magic or some shit. Like when this dude, I said, how do you measure the stars? And he basically said by measuring the stars, but said it a different way. You know, like, well, what is astrometry? Oh, well, there's a cool word that means exactly what the fuck I just asked you. That's not an answer. Shut up. You know? God damn, man.
Yep, it is magic. It's lesser magic. It's manipulating somebody's worldview, their perception. You're controlling the way they see the world.
Well, I decided, I went in here and I said, here's the universe today is where this is
that's
from.
an actual photograph. They took that.
It must be. It looks so real.
I think it's a Polaroid even. You know what I mean?
Nobody's ever seen the sun look like that. What was that shit I just heard recently? They sent a probe to the sun.
Yeah. I think you sent that to me.
I was like, I mean, I almost forgot about it. It was so fucking stupid. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
And it managed to send some pictures back before it went into the sun, right? It's like, so they just launched this piece of equipment into the sun is what they're telling us, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And of course they tell us solar radiation can affect radio transmission, but it's no problem for a little goddamn thing with a fucking battery on it to transmit from right near the fucking sun all the way back to Earth, 83 million fucking miles from as far as where like Venus is at or some shit, right? That's where they say that's at. It's that's no problem whatsoever, but don't be careful. A sunspot might interrupt your whole fucking cable television and shit, you know?
Right.
Right. God damn.
I mean, if we look at they had some pretty advanced, sophisticated space technology in the 60s. You know what I mean? The computers that sent the Apollo mission to the moon. You remember those things? Dude, hyper advanced, less processing power than a Game Boy. But, just imagine what they have now, right?
Exactly. What is this ZX? He won't even come on. Who the fuck is Caregiver? I don't even know who that is. McGoon. He's a clown. Did you see McToon cry and rage quit from Alex Stein? And Alex Stein's a fucking clown, man. I mean, that was funny as shit.
I don't even know who McToon is. Is he like big?
Yeah, he's this fucking globe shill. This guy, he's been shown to be full of shit continuously, and he's been shown to be deceptive. And he just smiles it off and fucking goes on. And it's just, what the hell, man?
Oh, so he's probably
Voynich says no one wants to speak with McToon. Exactly. Exactly. He's a douche canoe. I mean, for real. So I looked this thing up. I said, how do you find the distance to the sun, right? That was my thing. How did we find the distance to the sun? There's the name of the thing. And I'll try to highlight this so y'all can see it. I guess that's about as well. Maybe I can make it bigger. Is it Control Plus?
Control Plus, yeah.
Oh, wait. I did that on the wrong screen. Okay, wait. I'm going to just leave it there and do Control minus so I'm back normal. Okay, I want to be over here and go Control Plus. There. Is that better?
A little bit more. There you go. That looks, yeah, that's pretty good.
All right. So it says, how far is the sun? It seems as if one could hardly ask more straightforward question, yet this very inquiry bedeviled astronomers for more than 2,000 years. But I thought it was a very simple process.
Right.
It's a very simple process. Aren't you educated? Don't you know math? These fucking turd burglars. I just see donkey shit falling out of their mouth when they talk, you know? I mean, for real, that's what I see. It's just like a fucking pompous anus dropping disgusting shit from its lips. It's okay.
That's graphic, man. That's pretty graphic.
Yeah, listen, I've had it with these motherfuckers because, like what I've said, man, they know better. They fucking know better, man. They fucking know better. And they prey on the gullible hopefulness of these goddamn nerds and shit that want, I can't wait for Star Trek to be true. I can't get an Earth woman. Maybe I can get a green one. You know, fucking retards.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but they're mobsters, dude. It's a mafia. I mean, what, $58 million a day or whatever? What is it up to now with inflation? I'm sure they asked for more money. It's fucking, that's what it is. It's more money than any other racket that these Goombas have ever come up with in the history of humanity. I mean, shit. Can you imagine the guys directly benefiting from the space programs, like the highest ups? How much money?
Think about the excess. Now they're paid, I'm sure, and they're paid well. Okay, but there's an excess, and you know that money's going into black budget shit, man. You know that's where it goes. How else do you think they fund DARPA and the rest of these off the books fucking projects and shit that they work on?
Absolutely.
How to make your brain explode from, remote control and shit. This is the kind of thing this is for.
Look at the people that were behind NASA. Before you get to that, look at the people that are behind NASA, the same people that are behind the OSS and then the CIA. It's Operation Paperclip. All those people, NASA is hand in hand with the CIA, and you think they're out there exploring space? No, they're working on how to control your mind, how to,
exactly what it is.
Yeah,
and this is tantamount to it. This is tantamount to it. This is certainly, it's a question of nearly unrivaled importance, overshadowed in history, perhaps only by the search for the size and mass of the Earth. That's another one I want to know, how they know the mass of the Earth. Yeah, that's a real good one without any assumptions. Okay. Right. Known today as the astronomical unit, or an AU, the distance serves as our reference within the solar system and the baseline for measuring distances in the universe. So this is the fundamental thing. And this is what I was trying to get through to this dickhead, was that we need to establish the AU to be valid before we can even do anything else. So how do we get that? Especially when the Earth is on an elliptical orbit that changes. And this is according to the heliosexuals. Okay. It changes by 3 million miles fluctuation, which is an elliptical orbit. Now, I'm sorry, it's an average speed of 66,600 miles an hour. You would definitely feel a deceleration and acceleration required to have this elliptical orbit, because it's constant acceleration and deceleration. So I don't know where they get their shit. But this is the thing. Here we are with those Greeks. See, this is why I think that this is a homo thing, this whole balls and globes and shit, because they're always going to Greece, always bringing up the Greeks. They're like that Greek bathhouse thing, I think. So it says thinkers in ancient Greece were among the first to try and construct a comprehensive model of the cosmos. With nothing but naked eye observations, a few things could be worked out. The moon loomed large in the sky, so it was probably pretty close. Solar eclipses revealed that the moon and the sun were almost exactly the same angular size, but the sun was so much brighter that perhaps it was larger, but farther away. Based on what?
Nothing, just nothing. That's what
This-
this article is
ahead.
nothing but a word salad, dude. That's it. It's just a fucking useless word salad. He doesn't actually say anything.
No. This coincidence regarding the apparent size of the sun and moon has been of almost indescribable importance in advancing astronomy. I bet, because without it, this remarkable coincidence, everything else falls in the fucking toilet. Okay. And I'm just going to show you something that proves that the light source from the moon and the sun are from the same relative distance away because the shadows remain the same. Okay. They don't change. All right. It says the rest of the planets appeared no larger than the stars, yet seemed to move more rapidly. They were likely at some intermediate distance. Likely at some intermediate distance. Why was they likely at some intermediate distance? Why couldn't they be at the same distance? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God. But could we do any better than these vague descriptions? With the invention of geometry, the answers became a resounding yes. All right. It says the first distance to be measured with any accuracy was that of the moon. Then why aren't we using moon units? Why are we using AUs? If we first measured the moon, why are we not using lunar units, right? LUs instead of AUs, right? What the fuck? In the middle of the 2nd century BCE, Greek astronomer Hipparchus pioneered the use of a method known as parallax. Oh, that's a bong hit. That's a bong hit. Here we go. The idea of parallax is simple. When objects are observed from two different angles, closer objects appear to shift more than do farther ones. You can demonstrate this easily for yourself by holding a finger at arm's length and closing one eye than the other. Yes, yeah. Notice how your finger moves more than things in the background. That is parallax. Okay, so by observing the moon from two cities a known distance apart, Hipparchus used a little geometry. Just a little bit, not a whole bunch.
Yeah, just a little.
Just
So
a
vague.
little
And we're not going to explain what it was either that he did. We're just going to say
No.
a little geometry. Yep, go ahead.
He just did it. He was a Greek guy. You're questioning the Greeks.
Right.
Before-
Well, I wouldn't question science. I know
That's
that.
right.
Yeah.
This is they were by observing the moon from two cities a known distance apart. Hipparchus used a little geometry to compute its distance to within 7% of today's modern value. Not bad, right? Okay, so a little bit on parallax. And if you, okay, if I've got two objects, right, and they're behind, and they can appear to be, they're never going to be in line with one another, right? So what you've got is you've got two stars out here in the air, right? I'm gonna demonstrate this in a minute. We'll just get through this real quick because I'll do it on paint. And this is what Red was trying to do too. And this was stupid because it's sort of like, well, yeah, you know these distances in this instance that you're talking about. Where did you get the distances to start with? Okay. All right. So with the distance of the moon known, there it is. It's just known. It's just known. The stage was set for another Greek astronomer, Aristarchus, to take the first stab at determining the Earth's distance from the sun. Aristarchus realized that when the moon was exactly half illuminated, It formed a right triangle with the Earth and the sun. How in the fuck do you know that it formed a right triangle? How do you know it formed a right triangle?
There's literally no way that they can know that.
It doesn't. It would, and that would be from his observation point, if it did. But that's an assumption that it's forming a right triangle, because in order to form a right triangle, those two objects would have to be the same distance away from each other to make the other angle of the arc, right? Of the other angle of the other leg of the angle. So in other words, I'm looking at it from here, I see it here, and I see it here, and I see the moon here, and I see the sun over here. Okay. Now, I don't know that it's 90 degrees this way because I don't know how far back it's going either. It's as simple as you see how this pack of cigarettes, I'm just going to pull me up here real quick. You see how this pack of cigarettes looks this size from that angle, but then as I turn it, oh, look, it looks shorter. It's shorter. It's shorter. You don't know the distance back and forth between the two objects. You have no idea. And there's not enough parallax to determine the distance from this one to this one, this star. There's not whatsoever. So this is like complete fucking made up shit. Okay, this is I mean, where are you getting a right triangle? I think they bring up I have another article. It has a little drawing that they try to use, and there again, that's assumed that it makes a right triangle. Right triangles all well and good on a flat piece of paper, but we're dealing with three-dimensional space. We have an X, a Y, and a Z axis to contend with. Okay, not just an XY axis. We're not on a two-dimensional plane of existence. We're in a three-dimensional plane of existence. So it says, with the distance of the moon known, the stage was set. Let's see here, where was we at? A right triangle. Now, knowing the distance between the Earth and the moon, they just know this. We don't, because he did a little geometry. We don't know what geometry he used. Now, knowing the distance between the Earth and the moon, all he needed was the angle between the moon and the sun. This moment to compute the distance of the sun itself. It was brilliant reasoning undermined by insufficient observations. With nothing but his eyes to go on, Aristarchus estimated this angle to be 87 degrees, not terribly far from the true value of 89.83 degrees. But when the distances involved are enormous, small errors can be quickly magnified. His result was off by a factor of more than 1,000. So over the next 2,000 years, better observations applied to Aristarchus' method would bring us within 3 to 4 times the true value. So how could we improve this further? There was still only one method of directly measuring distance, and that was parallax. Here we go. That's 2 bong hits, I owe y'all. But finding the parallax, that's 3, of the sun was far more challenging than that of the moon. After all, the sun is essentially featureless, and its incredible brightness obliterates any view we might have of the stars that lurk behind. What could we do? What do you mean? So what if it's featureless? Everyone always sees the exact same face of the fucking moon. Nobody ever sees it at an angle. Everybody sees the exact same face of the moon. So the features are useless. That doesn't matter whatsoever. And of course, it's brighter, so it must be further away. Oh my God. The 18th century, however, now this is great because I looked up one of these telescopes. You're going to love this shit. You are going to love this shit. By the 18th century, however, our understanding of the world had progressed substantially. The field of physics was now in its infancy, and it provided a critical clue. Johannes Kepler and Isaac Newton had shown the distances between the planets were all related. They just showed that. They just did. Find one and you would know them all. But would any be easier to find than the Earth's? It turns out the answer is yes, sometimes if you're lucky. The key is the transit of Venus. This is grand. During a transit, the planet crosses in front of the sun as seen from Earth. And I want to mention nobody has ever seen this. In different locations, Venus will appear to cross larger or smaller parts of the sun. By timing how long these crossings take, James Gregory and Edmund Halley realized that the distance to Venus, and hence the sun, could be determined. Interested in the nitty-gritty of how this is done, NASA has a pretty nice explanation. We're going to open this in a new tab. I'll put that over there. Now's the time when you usually say something like, seems pretty straightforward, right? Well, no, that's not what I would say at all. I don't know. Would you say it was pretty straightforward? It sounds pretty fucking stupid.
It's dumb.
There's only one catch, but perhaps that's never been more untrue. The odds were so stacked against success that it's truly a testament to the importance of this measurement that anyone even attempted it. Oh my God, everyone's standing off. So here we are. First off, the transit of Venus are extremely rare. Yeah, like it never fucking happens. Like once in a lifetime rare, although they do come in pairs. I bet you it's only one of these motherfuckers in a lab coat paid by some fucking millionaires that ever sees it or gets a picture of it, if there is even one. I mean, yeah. Oh, okay. Let's see. So by the time that Halley recognized this method would work, he knew though. So in hope that a future generation would undertake the task, he wrote out specific instructions on how the observations must be carried out. All right. In order for the end result to have the desired accuracy, the timing of the transit needed to be measured down to the second. Now, keep in mind, this is in the 1700s. Okay. In order to have a large separation in distance, the observing cities would need to be located at the far reaches of the Earth. Now, wait a second. If you're on a ball, how do you get to the far reaches of the Earth? I guess that would be, you'd have to be antipodal to one another, right? Which would mean that you can't both observe the thing at the same time anyway, right? I mean, am I missing something here?
No. I mean, just a whole bunch of stuff pops up in my mind while you're reading this entire article. Is like, for one thing, like, there's literally no science explained or discussed in this article. There's no measurements, there's no numbers, there's no actual in-depth explanation of what that little geometry that he happened to use was, right? How he did it, how, the testing that occurred to test his theories and his thesis, it's a load of horseshit. It doesn't take much to pull down this like curtain of horseshit and just see that they really have no fucking idea what's going on. You know what I mean? Up there, or what those things even are, And the one thing they do know for sure is that we don't live on a globe. So that's all they're desperately trying to keep people from figuring out. So they got you looking up, right? When you just go, hey, where's the curve? You know what I mean?
Exactly. Why are we looking at the fucking sky to determine the shape of the Earth?
Right. Yeah, exactly. How about where's the curve at?
Hey, there's Lucky Haskins is in here too. And Annette, welcome everybody that I missed before that has shown up. I'll get to y'all here in just a minute. I'm not going to go on much further than this. As you can see, this was a lot of horse shit. So what are we doing with Venus now? I mean, why? I thought it was just as simple as two locations. Do the same as you did for the sun, as you did for the moon. Why does the moon have to be done differently?
This whole article is explaining how they determine the distance of the sun, and it has not said anything at all of substance whatsoever about how that figure was determined. You know what I mean? At all. Nothing. If you're like halfway, 3/4 of the way through the article, and it still literally told us nothing.
No. Well, this is the beauty of it. Despite these challenges, because it said you had to, they'd be located at the far reaches of the Earth, And in order to ensure that cloudy weather didn't ruin the chance of success, observers would need to be needed at locations all over the globe. Okay. So everybody's not going to be seeing this at the same time, are they? No, of course they're not. Not on a globe anyway. This is so dumb.
So it's once in a lifetime, and you have to place people, observers everywhere, all over the world, just to hope that one of them actually sees it, right? Is that what we're getting at?
Well,
here?
they're hoping that all of them see it so they can get all the data from each of these places. So it says, despite these challenges, yeah, I'd imagine, yeah, get everybody all in line with this. Astronomers in France and England resolved that they would collect the necessary data during the 1761 transit. By that time, however, the situation was even worse. England and France were embroiled in the 7 Years' War.
Yeah, I was just
Travel by sea was nearly impossible. That was convenient. Nevertheless, the effort persisted. It was persisted. These group of people, they set this date way into the future, had designated observers and everything set to go to all over the globe.
Because it was easy to travel back then.
Also. Well,
yeah. You could get places quickly. Yeah.
Hey, listen, I want you to go down into the Amazon rainforest and observe Venus and shit. You'll probably get malaria and fucking die, but trust me, it's worth it.
Right. Yeah. It's going to be about an 8-month voyage, right?
So travel by sea was nearly impossible. Nevertheless, the effort persisted. Although not all the observers were successful, clouds blocked some, warships others. When combined with data collecting during another transit 8 years later, the undertaking had been a success. French astronomer Jérôme Lalande collected all the data and computed the first accurate distance to the sun, 153 million kilometers, good to within 3% of the true value. Okay. You guys want to see something? I'm going to show you all something. This is...
See, if anybody's actually read this far, they're literally their head spinning. They have no
yeah.
What are you even talking about right now? You know what I mean?
So let me see. Where is the damn thing? Here we go. All right. This is a 1760s fucking telescope, bro.
Hell yeah.
Huh? What do you think?
That's heavy duty.
That's the good shit right there.
Right.
There you go. There's what they did all this with. No wonder they got 93 million miles. Them motherfuckers was looking through goddamn garbage. Jesus Christ. But that's yeah. This is what we're doing. This is what we trust. This is what we trust.
Oh yeah, it's clouds blocked some people's observations, and warships others. So they're just out there like, hey, could you move your warship? We're trying to. I know you guys are in a heated, embroiled battle right now, right? But could you just move that out of the way so I can try to see this once in a lifetime phenomenon? No, dude.
Well, they probably stopped him and said, "Wait a second, what are you doing with this big ass telescope? You're a spy."
Yeah, right.
You're a spy. We're gonna hang that screw. How'd they say that? They're hanging scurvy dogs from yard arms and shit. See,
I've never heard that. It's funny.
But the whole thing is when you start running the ratios of it. I've said this before. I've used the example of a planetarium. All of your observations will appear exactly the same as they would outside, and change the locations is merely as simple as changing the location data in the projector, to show the exact same sky as you would see outside from where your point of view is at right now. The difference is, instead of trillions of miles away, they're only a few yards away from you, right? On a domed ceiling. But everything still works out. So you could actually scale everything, the moon, the sun, and their distances of what they use. You could shrink those all down to half, and they would still appear to be the same. They would still have the same apparent size, everything. If you scaled their movements by half, you would get the exact same thing as well.
Yep. It's no way to accurately measure the distance unless you're actually able to send something out there. There's just no way to know how far away anything is. Do you know what I mean? There's literally no way.
Okay, ZX. We know what parallax is. Everybody knows what parallax is, but it's not going to give you distances or sizes of celestial objects. Not unless you have a known reference, and you have no known reference. We've already shown they assume this astronomical unit, and even what it is based is a consensus, because it fluctuates by 3 million miles in distance, and that's in the heliosexual model.
Yeah, without a known value, there's no way you can determine the value of anything else. And the only way there's no way they can get that, because they can't leave. Well, I'm sorry, they used to have that technology, but they lost it, and it's a painful process to build it back. Right.
Now, you want to know an interesting thing that they have to do, though, when they do try to use this triangulation method, is that they take the distance between the two observers and they make a chord length, which means a flat line, a straight line. So they have to first turn the world flat to do the calculations.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, that's pretty crazy right there, man. I don't even think the sun we see is actually I don't even think it's an actual physical object that we're looking at. I don't think that you and I see the exact same sun. I mean, we don't see it in the exact same spot. Even if you're only a couple of feet from me, you're seeing it at a different spot.
That's interesting. Or it could be a solar simulator. You know, there's been people catching those on video a lot lately. Have you seen that? I caught one.
I've seen some stuff on that. I wonder if that has anything to do with the two
sun thing.
Suns that people have been seeing and shit. But then we've got reports of people seeing them in the 1600s too. Two suns.
See, I was at a lake. This was some years ago now, maybe like 2016 or 2018, somewhere, I can't remember. But anyways, I was at the lake, and I noticed that the sun was like just a straight, like, so you know how the sun usually, the light from the sun fans out over the lake, right? You know, like generally it's not going to just be, well, it looked like a magnifying glass had been placed over the sun, and it was just in a bright, concentrated little circle in the middle of the lake. I'm like, well, that doesn't fucking look right. And so I whipped out my phone and I just put it up to the camera, or put it up to the sun, and I snapped pictures of it. When I took it home, I wish I still had this phone. When I took it home and I looked at it, you could see through the brightness of the sun, it had captured square edges of something inside of the sun. It was like a diamond inside of the sun, and it was sharp angles, square edges in there. You know what I mean? It was pretty interesting. I'm like, So then I started looking it up, and that's what people keep catching pictures of, is like, if you take a picture of the sun, through the brightness, it'll catch the right angles of this, whatever the hell is they're launching up there. A guy named Jamie Lee runs that Plain Truth. I don't know if you've ever seen a Plain Truth. Anyway, he actually did a whole thing on the company that makes these fucking things. You can look it up right now. It's called Solarin. Solarin makes these solar simulators. They're like the size of a football field. They fill up like an entire stadium, right? And what I'm curious of is, how do they get them things up in the damn sky like that and get it to stay there? Is like Tesla tech, maybe, that the magnetism, you know?
Maybe it's on a balloon, man.
I mean, this thing is, it's huge.
They have balloons, and this is no shit the size of the Astrodome. This is no shit. I watched a NASA video talking to this woman that she makes the fucking balloons and shit. She's in charge of making the balloons. And they launched, hundreds and hundreds of balloons from Antarctica all the time. And I mean, they're, you know, so she was talking about these different balloons that they make, and they were talking about the different payloads. And she was talking about this one that they have that is the size of the freaking Houston Astrodome. And I was like, holy shit. But it goes up so high you wouldn't see it. But that's easy enough to understand. I mean, if you can go on Google Earth and find the Astrodome, for instance, and then zoom out until you don't see it anymore, right? And you just look at your altitude and you're not anywhere near what they call space or anything else like that. It's just bam, it's gone out of your sight. Plus these things are like
So
translucent and clear in many instances.
well, where does she build? So like, if she builds these things, she got one balloon the size of the Astrodome. Where the hell did they like construct these things and launch?
Dude, they got a whole factory. They got a whole factory for this shit, man.
And people do not notice a fucking balloon being launched the size of the Astrodome, like
From Antarctica?
that's where they do it. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I've seen them launching them. Video of these things from them launching them from Antarctica. I've seen this one where this thing was about the size of a school bus, maybe a little bigger, and they were launching that thing up on a balloon, but it got out of control, or the wind pulled the balloon or something, and this thing started dragging along and knocking into buildings and shit, destroying all kinds of crap. Almost killed some people.
Damn. Whoops.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say these ratios. I got to get my dog some water, so I'm gonna put this on because this right here, I think, proves through these ratios that these numbers we're given are fucking horse shit. So check this out, and I'll get my dog some water and take a leak myself. So be right back. Oh, you know what? I had the sound muted. I'm so dumb. All right, let me back this up. There we go.
Here we go. Let's talk about proportions for a moment here. Here I have a picture of two dogs. When I shrink the picture down, since the dogs are still relatively the same size in comparison to one another, they can be considered proportionate. However, if I take the same picture and shrink it down again, if one dog shrinks at a different rate than the other dog, then they are not proportionate. A simple math problem can be done to keep our dogs proportionate to each other. Let's start with the original sizes of these dogs. Let's say our big dog is 18 inches tall, and our little dog is 9 inches tall. This is the standard we're going to go off of. Now, if we shrink our big dog down to 15 inches tall, how tall should our little dog be if we want it to be proportional? We can find this out by taking the 15, timesing it by the 9, and then dividing it by the 18. All right, so 15 times 9 is 135. Now we take the 135 and divide it by 18. This gives us an answer of 7.5 inches. So if we shrink the big dog down to make it 15 inches tall, the little dog should be shrunk to 7.5 inches, if it is to say proportional. If you get a number other than that, then it is not proportional. It's pretty simple. Now let's put the dogs aside and get to the meat and potatoes. NASA claims that the moon has a diameter of 2,159 miles. And during a solar eclipse, when the moon casts its shadow onto the Earth, the moon's umbral shadow is 70 miles wide. So let's hold them to that standard. If the Earth is a ball, a lunar eclipse shadow should be proportional to a solar eclipse shadow. So if the Earth's diameter is 7,917 miles, and it is proportionate with the moon, how big should the Earth's umbral shadow be when it hits the moon? We take 7,917 and times it by 70, and next we divide that by 2,159. That gives us a total of about 256 miles. But please notice how that is significantly smaller than the size of the moon. If the Earth's umbral shadow was that small, this is what we should be seeing. Now let's go take a look at how big NASA claims the Earth's umbral shadow is.
During an eclipse, it would go something like this. First, the moon passes through what's called the penumbra, where the sun's light is only partially obscured. This results in only a slight darkening of the moon. As the moon continues along its path, however, it enters what's called the umbra, where all direct light from the sun is blocked.
Please notice how they show the umbral shadow as being bigger than the moon itself. And here they go again.
About twice a year, this puts the moon in just the right position to pass through the Earth's shadow, causing a lunar eclipse. As the moon passes into the central part of the Earth's shadow, called the umbra, it darkens dramatically. Once it's entirely within the umbra, the moon appears a dim red due to sunlight scattered through the Earth's atmosphere. In fact, if you watched the eclipse from the surface of the moon, you'd see the sun set behind the entire Earth, bathing you in a warm red glow. Back home, you'll have to stay up late to watch a lunar eclipse, but if you do, you'll see the moon in rare form, and you'll catch a brief glimpse of our own planet's long shadow.
Yeah, that is way bigger than the moon itself. So NASA's Earth shadow definitely is not proportional with the moon shadow over the same distance. Okay, so let's double the size of the Earth shadow in this equation here, so it is more in line with what NASA claims. If we make the Earth's umbra that big, how big should the Earth's proportional diameter be? 512 times 2,159 divided by 70. That tells us a proportional Earth should have a diameter of 15,791 miles. So there are a number of different conclusions we can come to from here. Perhaps the Earth is way bigger than NASA tells us it is. Unless NASA is lying to us about the size of the moon. Or perhaps lunar eclipses are just not caused by the Earth's shadow. If you have seen my other videos about lunar eclipses, I can hope you will agree with me on that. Nonetheless, at the heart of every conclusion you can come to on the matter, NASA is lying to us. I hope this will wake you up to at least that much. It's time to abolish NASA, guys. There are a lot better ways the government could spend $24 billion. This message is brought to you by the Flat Earth Institute of Science, with a special thank you to the Potter's Clay, who was the one to show me this observation. You're an inspiration to us all.
What'd you think of that?
Sorry, I was muted. I didn't want to like background. Oh yeah. I mean, I watched that before when you had shown me, and it's
Well,
like
the proportions just don't work out, man.
no.
So
No.
we can probably the bullshit about there's a coincidence that the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times further than the moon versus they're the same distance and size away from each other. So many assumptions, so many fucking assumptions.
I'm sorry, I got distracted by SSUM's Petrified Pickle is this guy's name.
Yeah.
That's funny, actually. It's pretty funny.
Take too much of that Viagra, man. That shit'll stay petrified. That's what goes on there, man. That Viagra, NASCAR lost that last race. It pulled into the pit stop. They put the hood up and they couldn't get it back down.
Yeah, they but no, with that stuff, it's like go into great detail trying to explain how these like complex calculations and stuff that they try to throw at people that are actually just a bunch of smoke and mirrors do not make sense. But for me, it just always comes back to the basics. Like one, It's like all these people, like Einstein, all them guys that try to back the theory. They all say the same thing. Well, you can't actually prove that the Earth is not the center of the universe, and you can't actually prove that we are moving. But if we just choose to believe this because it's more comfortable for us. There's no curvature, no matter how high you go up. Right? There's supposed to be 8 inches for every mile squared by the distance, and there's none of that ever anywhere. Right?
No.
No. And without that destroys the entirety of their whole argument. We're supposed to be on a ball, right? That's what we're supposed to be. And then you've got the fact that nobody's ever been to space. There's any kind of evidence they try to give you that we've been to space is all CGI and animation, right? And that's very easily proven. Photoshop, CGI, paintings, that's all these images of the Earth from space or being in space, right? They continue to get caught on the underwater space station, right? Yeah. Which is what it is. Shit, you even had an astronaut almost drown, right, on the space station, quote unquote, almost drowned because fluid got inside of it. Said, well, how does that make sense, right? Pulling harnesses and shit. So it's like, I feel like we're into a point where like people are either going to see, use their common sense and see that this is a bunch of trumped up horse shit, or they're going to continue. You can't convince somebody of the truth if they want to believe the lie. Like they want to. It's not just that they believe it because that's what they've been told. It's they desperately hold on to it and cling to it. You say, well, right. Where's the curvature at, man? Where is it? So you're spinning on the Earth's spinning on its axis at over 1,000 miles per hour, revolving around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, which don't ask me how they got these numbers or how they would even fucking know, right? How they measure that when they said they can't measure the motion of the Earth. So where do these numbers come from? This is right out of Einstein's mouth. You can't measure the motion of the Earth. There's no observable experiment that you can do to measure the motion of the Earth. Dumb shit.
I love that one where they say, oh, the sun never changes size. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Even in the wintertime, the sun's way smaller than you see in the summertime. And it's like, there's no way that out of 93 million miles, any kind of a tilt is going to make that much difference in the size and distance of a fucking object that's supposedly the sun, Well, it must be further away because it's brighter. It has to be. That just stands to reason, right? Oh my God, I can't believe those people.
Yeah, well, that's science right there. It must be because it's brighter, so it could be farther away. And that's what we're just going to go with that. We have no evidence of that being the case. No even evidence that these celestial bodies are outside of our, atmosphere, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, well, yeah. Are they? I mean, where are they really? I mean, it's almost like it's hard to pinpoint. It really is. Like I said, you see it. It appears to be there, but you and I both try to pinpoint the same thing. It's just like if they had a mirror set in about 10 feet in front of both of us, right? And we see the sun reflected in it. And I'd tell you, okay, just walk straight ahead and put a circle there where you see, where do you see the sun? You point, boom. Okay. I draw a circle where you see it. And then where I see it from. So, okay, put your finger where I see the sun at. Boom. Draw a circle. It's going to be in 2 fucking circles. They're not going to be in the same spot at all.
Right.
That's why, like, if you're at the lake, you can the sun, and I think that's always cool. The risen sun walks across the water right directly to you, right to your feet.
The Ankh.
And if you're 20 feet down the beach from me, you're getting the exact same experience. Well, how can that be? You see, that's what's so crazy, and it's like, I don't know. I don't think that there's a lot of mystery still involved, but it definitely is not a big hot burning ball of fucking gas flying around out some fucking vacuum. Jesus Christ.
Well, like I said, the biggest thing for me is the curvature, right? No curve. So the Earth is basically 25,000 miles in circumference, right?
Right.
Never mind the fact that Captain Cook back in the 1700s sailed over 60,000 miles without ever retracing his steps, right? But we're just going to go with it's what they say. So we have a ratio of curvature at 8 inches for every mile squared by the distance, right? Then why was it that they had to explain away on the news? Oh, now we know that you see the skyline of Chicago from the coast of West Michigan, but that's a mirage. Okay, you're seeing that.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
That's literally what they say. Don't believe your eyes. Okay, our lies are true. Your eyes are lying to you. Okay, what we're saying is true. You're seeing this city from an impossible distance on a globe, but that's just because of refraction and parallax and gravity and stuff.
Gravity and parallax and
oh
my
refraction. Yeah, no, it's dumb. And that right there, that's open and close, just boom, done. We live on a flat plane. We do not live on a globe. It's not moving. Everything moves around us. This is for thousands of years, like J.P. Morgan says. And this is one of the big things when I was coming to it, too, because I've used astrology for a long time. And like J.P. Morgan says, he says, millionaires do not use astrology. Billionaires do. Billionaires use astrology because it's absolutely how they stage world events and how they make certain decisions to, try one thing or the other as far as engineering the world and whatnot is all according to astrology. Well, in astrology for thousands, as long as it's been in existence, and it's actually used to be a royal science, right? Still is actually, they just don't really publicize it. We are the center in that model.
right.
So the astrological model only works with in a geocentric fashion. That's it. All the luminaries, all the planets, right? They all move around us. We're the center of it in an astrological model. And again, it's not even the sun and the moon are both included as part of the astrological model. Now, I'm not going to use, I know there's a lot of people that are skeptical about that or whatever. I know it works and I know it's a real science and there's a lot more that goes into it. But just even to look at like the planets and luminaries in that light of an astrological model, how they each have an energetic influence, almost a set of characteristics, and they, attribute basically the ancients worship these celestials as gods, like, Mars or Aries,
Right.
Zeus, Jupiter, you know what I mean? And each of these entities have basically a set of energetic characteristics that they project on the planet. It reminds me of like a radio dial.
I think that, see, I used to think that, okay, when I actually was, believed this horse shit of stars being, hundreds of light years away and 93 million miles sun and all this other nonsense, right? I always thought, well, astrology, that's fucking stupid. How could something that's that far away have any fucking effect on you if you're just a little speck of nothing on this little tiny ball, hundreds of light years away from it? That's ridiculous, right? But I have to say it has merit, because from what I've seen of the stars, they seem to be unique, each one of them, that they emit some kind of an energetic pattern that resembles a somatic frequency. I can even say maybe like angels singing, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that gives it some merit as far as I'm concerned, knowing that we are affected by frequency, energy, and vibration. Perhaps the stars are the music notes that are projecting this reality.
Yes, that's also what I think. So this guy, where's he at? Yes, the petrified pickle. It says, how do we measure on a flat plane? What does that question even mean? What do you mean? How do you measure on a flat plane?
You mean, how do you measure on a flat plane? Any of these damn that they claim to do, they have to use what's called chord length. And chord length is taking the distance between the two guys on this arc and drawing a straight line between them. So basically just taking away the curve that doesn't exist in the first fucking place, you see? So That's what they do. I mean, we've come a long way, and how dare anybody really doubt the veracity of that which they present to us? Our scientists have been working hard for years.
Yeah.
You know, it started with the Gemini missions.
This
Okay.
is awesome. Yeah.
And the Gemini missions.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Exactly. This is Elon. This is right up Elon's alley right here. So what we got going on over here is this was the Gemini mission. This was two guys went up and they were set tandem to one another or side by side like you do in an automobile. And they got up there and this guy got out and he had an umbilical hooked to him and he was in space doing this incredible spacewalk.
Well, you can tell it's space. Look at all the stars in the background.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, the thing I would be making an uproar about is that somebody who got very little recognition is whoever the cameraman was for this, because he didn't even have an umbilical. He didn't have one of those. He just out there floating, doing his thing. They just left him up there, I guess. I don't.
He's probably still up there.
This really happens. Don't question it.
Look at that. Multiple camera angles. Just
I know, right?
There's several
Look,
cameras.
look, oh, there's the curved Earth beneath.
From the spacecraft life support system out through that chest pack.
Oh, dude.
Look how the cord keeps wanting to fall down. See? It's because of gravity pockets.
That's what it
There
is.
you go.
I gotta imagine. So were you alive when this happened? Right? Obviously.
No, this happened just before me or about the time I was born.
Okay, so you watched this though, right? And then you believed it happened at some point in your life, right?
Oh yeah, I've seen this.
Now, when you look back on it with fresh eyes, does it make you feel like, wow, I cannot believe that I fucking believed that?
Yeah. I mean, look, he's totally not on a cable. He's totally not on a cable.
Yeah, he's totally not. Notice how his legs are down. They want to, dangle downward because of the gravity pocket, probably. Right?
Yeah, that's the foolish nonsense. That's all it took. That's all it took. I mean, did they really have society dumbed down so badly by that point in time?
I think they had society comfortable at that point in time, and it was infected with this disease of blind nationalism. You know what I mean? Whereas, like, we're the greatest country in the world, and if you don't like it, we'll blow you up.
Oh, and the Red Scare. We had all the Red Scare shit going on too. The goddamn communists, which come to find out they were right. Joe McCarthy was fucking right.
Yeah, they killed him.
Yeah, no shit, right?
They poisoned him in the hospital. Yeah.
So they troll you over it too. This is how little they think of the people. This is funny as shit. Yeah, the baby boomers believed it all. You're absolutely right. Because they were well tucked in, good times. My grandfather laughed his ass off about it. I thought he was crazy. I thought, it's because grandpa's stuck in his ways and shit, He was born in 1907, what does he know about science and shit? That motherfucker was brilliant, man. He could lay out and cut a set of stair runners in his head. He didn't have to fucking work it out. He just would do a measurement, boom, 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 cut it right out, and it was perfect every fucking time.
Yeah, you told me that. It's actually very impressive.
That was insane. But these people, they troll you all the time. This is what's so crazy about this because, all right, so have you seen the cup that they designed? Okay.
No.
So you've seen like where they do the rocket launch where they'll shake the camera so it looks like a dick thrusting and shit like that. They're all the time putting sexual innuendos out there. The tracks that the Mars rover did made a dick and balls.
Well, it's evidence of the
In the earth.
patriarchy, man. Everything's shaped like a dick. Bullets, missiles, rockets, right?
But
Silos,
it's all about inclusion now, son.
grain
It's all
silos.
about
That's the women
inclusion.
wanted to flock to the farm that had the biggest grain silo. Think about it. Why did you
All
want to
right.
do that?
So here we have, I'm going to assume a they, them, NASA astronaut in a weightless environment.
Yeah, it definitely did. Well, you want to be careful. You don't want to misgender this person.
That's
You don't
why I
wanna-
use the all-encompassing they, them.
Yeah, there you go.
You can't go wrong with that one. It's the least offensive of all of them, I guess. But anyway, this is a cup that they made to drink out of in the zero-G environment. And tell me what this thing looks like to you. Fellas, pay attention. Oh, let me unmute. Careful, it's a squirter. Careful.
Am I supposed to be turned on by this?
I don't know. Yeah, well, hold on. Wait a second here. Wait till she starts drinking out of it.
Oh, you know she can't wait to drink out of it. Look at her.
I want to mash a fish biscuit so bad. Look at there. You drink from the clitoris.
Very sensually too. You know, that's how she did. Look at that.
There it is. So
Person,
there we
right?
got it. So we have what do we call that? You know, the snug mug, or
That looks like a terrible design for a failed contraceptive.
it does. It's terrible.
Just go ahead and jam that on up in there, and you won't get pregnant.
It looks like it came out of a Hong Kong fucking sex store. You know,
It literally looks like it was like to mold it. They molded it in a woman. You know what I mean? It's awful.
it's she might have been the model for it. We need somebody with some real big meat curtains on this. Did you guys ever see the Mustache Man going off about the Earth?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, I got the Mustache Man. Let me pull him up. This is great. So I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. It's kind of loud. All right, there we go. And this is pretty good.
Führer, was Sie da sagen, ist ungeheuerlich. Die Generalität ist das Geschmeiß des deutschen Volkes. Sie ist ohne Ehre. Sie nennen sich Generale, weil Sie Jahre auf Militärakademien zugebracht haben, nur um zu lernen, wie man Messer und Gabel hält. Jahrelang hat das Militär meine Aktionen nur behindert. Es hat mich jeden nur gegen Widerstand in den Weg gelegt. Ich hätte gut daran getan, und dann alle höheren Offiziere registrieren zu lassen, wie Stalin. Ich war nie auf einer Akademie. Und doch habe ich allein auf mich gestellt, ganz Europa erobert. Verräter! Von allem Anfang an bin ich so verraten und betrogen worden. Es wurde ein ungeheurer Verrat geübt am deutschen Volke. Aber alle diese Verräter werden bezahlen. Mit ihrem eigenen Blut werden sie bezahlen. Sie werden es saufen in ihrem eigenen Blut.
Bitte gerne. Jetzt beruhig dich doch.
Meine Befehle sind in den Wind gesprochen. Es ist unmöglich, unter diesen Umständen zu führen. Es ist aus. Der Krieg ist verloren. Aber wenn Sie, meine Herren, glauben, dass ich deswegen Berlin verlasse, irren Sie sich gewaltig. Eher jage ich mir eine Kugel durch den Kopf. Tun Sie, was Sie wollen.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
It's
Yes,
just- the king over there asked, "Is this correctly translated? What program is it?" No, King, I think that's probably not.
It's not correctly translated at all. No. In fact, I was kind of worried I might get shut down in Germany for even having that on. You know?
Right. Oh yeah, they can't even think about anything like that without going to prison.
Oh no, it's a jailable offense to say that the
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
don't say it. It's a YouTube jailable offense too.
This
Yeah.
was pretty good. This was a good one too. I love this. I love these funny ones, man. I get these. This came from a guy, Rufus. Put this up on YouTube or on Twitter. This was pretty funny too. This is
That's awesome.
No one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you're broke, love life's the old way. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. When it hasn't been your day, your month, then your year. But I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you. I've been there before. I'll be there for you. There for
My favorite ones were the one astronaut flips around and dude has to grab his harness to keep him straight, and it literally you can see him grab his harness hooked right to his pants and pulls him back over so he doesn't drift off. You know which one I'm talking about?
yeah,
Yeah, I'm in space.
let's-
Look, I'm gonna do a flip, and he does a flip, and then he starts to like veer over, and dude grabs the wire from his harness and pulls him back next to him. It's like, yeah, dude, everybody's seen that.
Did
That was hilarious, though. That video, just the bubbles in space. Why didn't you edit out the bubbles in space? They can ask about an article. Photoshop isn't easy.
I know that. That's fucking great. I love it.
Pretty good. Yeah.
So have you ever seen, like, you think our shit's bad, right? You know, our shit's really fake. Look at what it looks like from other countries. This is
Oh,
really bad. This
I've
is
seen a little bit.
here's China. Yeah, who's filming this? It's like-
Entirely computer animated. Yeah, as you could even tell, it looks like a N64 video game.
And everybody, that's all they have is just a bunch of people clapping and shit and hugging and everything like that. And that's to stir up the emotion aspect of you. Like, oh, I'm so happy they put that on. Nobody's going, who the fuck filmed that, man?
In all fairness, China doesn't have to try that hard because in that country, I mean, do they just, you know what I mean? Yeah, nobody's gonna say.
We went to the moon, yes. Oh yeah, I believe everything you fucking say.
Yeah, whatever you say, just don't lock me in my house and starve me to death.
This is
Like
great.
it-
This is
Literally did that, boarded up people's houses and shit over there, and then left them in there.
welded their doors shut, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Second Amendment. That's all. That's all I have to say. And that's why we didn't end up like China or Australia or any of them countries during that horse shit.
Yeah,
Second
look at our next door neighbor, Canada. Look how bad they've been having the fucking.
Yeah, they
screws
don't
put
have
on
a
it.
Second Amendment.
No, they do not.
No,
I mean, they
no.
got guns. They got guns, but not nothing like we got here.
Not even close to what we've got here. There's
You know,
not
I
a
mean-
single person alive that knows how many guns are in this country. Not one person that knows.
That's what I got in my house alone. Enough to fucking
Well, you
do
got to
it.
think just what's registered. There's more guns than there are hands to hold them, and that doesn't include all the heirloom weapons and the, you know what I mean, and the
Yeah.
weapons from before registered. Dude, there's so many freaking, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's why we didn't end up like that.
I think just about everybody I know has at least one AR.
Yeah, and if they
You know?
don't, you got one for them.
I got a friend of mine. He went and had an AR chambered in 243.
Really?
Yeah, So I was like, well, I mean, that's cool and everything, but I mean, now you got it's more expensive ammo. Yeah, you got a longer
It's gonna be
range.
harder to
but-
find too if you're in a survival scenario, you know.
Well, that, and you have to have a special magazine too that takes the size cartridge for a 243 versus now I got a bolt action 243 Remington, and you know that's good. I use that for like long shots and shit like that. But
Nobody's as good with the bolt action as Lee Harvey was, man. That's a fact.
oh, I'll tell you what, that was phenomenal shit there.
It's phenomenal. Shoot, it's literally physically impossible to fire off that many rounds that quickly.
So this is I was going out and somebody was arguing with about this here is a balloon at high altitude. And he says, see, there's space right there is where you see that blackness starting. And I'm like, that balloon is like in the fucking blackness. What are you talking about? It's not space at all. That's just, you're seeing fluorescing. And I'll show you what this looks like here real quick. Fluorescing of the gases in the atmosphere. That's why you have this blue color in the daytime. It's from nitrogen. When the positive charge of the sun, you have positive electromagnetic radiation of the sun, comes within proximity of these gases up to a certain point, it creates daylight. This is why daylight and daylight and sunlight are actually two different things. But check this out. You don't see any stars, and that's something that's I think real curious too, because it's like we see the stars, and on a clear night in a place with very low light pollution, like in Death Valley out there where I lived in California, you could see every star in the sky. But it seems to be at some point you come to an altitude where you no longer can see them anymore. And it's like, where did they go? I didn't pass through them, you know, so it makes you wonder what the hell's going on, you know?
That is
Look at that. Look at that.
Goldfish
You
Island.
see that brightness right here? Now you know it's not just daytime in this area right here. If that was 93 million miles, all this lit up area would be equal.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you do see some distortion happen when it rocks up and down. You see concave then convex. Not much though. Man, that's amazing too.
It's beautiful. You can trust science if it's done properly. Don't trust scientism.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Because science is a process. It isn't a thing.
Exactly.
It isn't a deity. It isn't a god. It isn't an object. It's a process of logic, deductive reasoning, and trial and error based on hypothesis. You come up with that. That's why when I tell these people, I say there can be no gas pressure system without containment. And they're like, well, yeah, it can. Gravity holds it. I said, no, gravity doesn't. Prove to me gravity can prevent equalization of a pressurized gas. And I say, and then they start talking about altitudes and pressures. And I'm like, that's begging the question. Show me a repeatable and demonstrative experiment that proves to me that compressed gases can be held from equalization by gravity. I can prove by opening a soda can that they do not. They are not held by gravity because if
That's a
gravity
simple
was,
experiment. Yeah.
it's real simple. And
testable,
so if it works on that small scale, it's certainly not going to withstand the immense pressure differential of what is described as space.
So that this ZX guy, I'm sorry, he's just, he keeps going. He's tripping because he wants you to give him a link, and he thinks for some reason you're like holding a link hostage over here. He's getting
No, I'm not holding a link hostage or anything.
He's getting kind of rambunctious.
Yeah, he does that. He flips it sometimes. He'll be all right, John.
And then the petrified pickle fella there. You want to see some experiments? So do you have like a can of any kind of top Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or anything in your refrigerator, right? Or even a bottle, right? And then when you open it, what's going to happen is an equalization of pressure.
Right.
Okay. And that's the experiment. That's simple.
There it is. If gravity could prevent the equalization, it would.
Exactly.
But it doesn't.
Exactly that.
So what's this tell us? This tells us that the weak theory of gravity is not as strong as nature's desire for equalization of pressure masses.
Well, and then here's another thing that's simple just to think about, right? If we're on a spinning ball of water, right, that's spinning at 1,000 miles over.
Keep on walking.
Right. So
Right.
we're on a spinning ball of water, and you're telling me the reason that the water doesn't fling off of this ball like it would a tennis ball or a basketball or anything is because gravity holds the water to the earth. Okay. So you're talking about, so how much pressure would this force have to be exerting upon the oceans to keep them from flinging off of a ball that's spinning at over 1,000 miles per hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if it is exerting that pressure on the oceans, then how the hell do birds fly? How are we not crushed into like a pizza mass, just a mangled flesh on the ground, just smashed into the earth? Because that's the amount of force you're talking about that's needed to be exerted on the oceans for that to happen. And it doesn't make any sense.
Well, they always try to make it not seem what as stupid as it is by saying, well, you know, it's still very slow because of how big it is. It's not slow. The speed is a speed regardless of the size. Okay. It doesn't matter. You're still, if you're on the equator and you're looking at a sunset, that means that you're falling backwards faster than the speed of sound. No shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, people have no idea what these phenomenal numbers and speeds and distances and shit actually mean. When you work out what a distance to 1 light year actually is. And then they want to tell you that, oh, see this star out there? That's 300 light years away. And you're like, there ain't no fucking way you would even see that shit.
You can't even explain what a light year is because it's based on the speed of light, which no one actually knows. And instead, they have just agreed upon a speed of light because there's no way to test and none of that. Nobody knows the speed of light. That's a fact, right? They just assume that, okay, we're going to say it's this. Do you guys all agree? Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, that's the speed of light. Now let's figure out how long it would take for a light year, right? Based on that speed and how far away that would have to be. And then it's all assumptive horseshit. That's all it is.
Well, that's why they say it's like, I said, well, I had somebody answer me one time. They said, well, they measured the distance to the sun with radar. And I was, oh, okay.
So what calculations are you looking for, petrified pickle? Like, what do you mean? So if you wanted to measure the pressure in the can, right, compared to the pressure outside of the can.
Yeah, I had that wrote down. Hold on, I have that. If you want to measure something.
Yeah, he said he wants measurements, not opening a pop can.
Well, okay.
You're missing the whole point.
Yeah, he is missing the exact whole point. Absolutely.
Yeah, you can't have pressurized gas without a containment system. You can't have it.
Oh, this might not be the right notebook.
See, if we were on a globe with no containment, right?
Okay, so
we'd be dead.
it's let's see. It's 36.3 psi at 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, so you have a 68 degree Fahrenheit 12-ounce can
I can't believe you
of
actually have
Coca-Cola
that.
that has, oh yeah, because I run into these pedantic fuckholes all the time. Okay, so I just keep this shit handy for them. Say, here you go. Here's your fucking numbers. Okay, so a can of Coca-Cola at 68 degrees Fahrenheit is at 36.3 psi. Okay, but at 39.2 degrees Fahrenheit, it goes down to 17.4 psi. Okay, so as you can see, in both of those two temperature ranges, it is still above a higher pressure inside the can than the 14.7 outside. Okay, so there's your numbers. Go ahead and work them out. Tickle your balls with them, whatever it is you do, you pedantic fuck. You missed the entire goddamn point of it, but there's your measurements. Happy I could help.
Right. So to measure the distance to the sun and moon, right? And the size the F sun and moon. What?
To measure the distance to the sun and moon in size. Oh, you tell me. You tell me the distances and sizes. It's your fucking story. You said it's 93 million miles away. Where'd you get that number from?
Right. It's the ridiculous claim that bears the burden of proof.
See, there's another thing too. You're not on a flat piece of paper. Okay. You're dealing with XYZ coordinates. So keep that in mind. If you live in what's called the northern hemisphere, I call it the inner ring. If you're within that zone, you'll never see the sun at above you. In fact, its declination is going to change by the day as to where you see it.
You got that video that they took up in wherever it was, up in probably Alaska or wherever North Pole, you can literally watch the sun go in a circle.
Yeah, I got that on here somewhere.
I'll
pull it up.
That would be like the innermost circle right there.
That's the Arctic Circle. It's because it's arcing around you, whereas in the extreme south, it's arcing away from you.
So Arctic, yeah. I didn't know that. It's interesting that makes sense why they would call it the Arctic Circle then, and the Antarctic. Huh.
What video link is he looking for?
He said something. Are you talking about ZX? The spacewalk, right? The one from the one you showed.
The Gemini?
Gemini.
I don't know. I downloaded that, so I forget where I got it from.
And it's probably shadow banned on YouTube. But what's funny is about like these guys, right? In their mind, when they think that the Earth is a plane, they're still thinking of it in a context of outer space and other planets and all revolving around the sun. So they picture in their mind a flat disk floating in an abyss. They don't realize that this is creation right here. This is the realm. It's who knows how expansive this realm is. We're not allowed to explore it. In fact, if you get a certain distance out of range, they'll come intercept you with fighter pilots. You know what I mean? Tell you to fucking turn your shit around, or they're gonna shoot you down, because that's how much this. You got to think it's a $58 million a day secret. That's people.
Last figure I had was 62 million.
Oh, is it now? It's up to 60. So it's $62 million a day secret, and that's how much that's worth to these people. They will do whatever they got to. They will send fighter pilots at you to make sure you don't expose what's going on. But we're getting to the point the consciousness is raising of everybody. We're getting to the point where they can't hide anymore. That video with the in Germany, that's exactly right. They're losing this battle.
Lucky says far bigger than that. That's just one tiny little company or one tiny agency. Yeah, that's what I think. It's just one of the tentacles of this entire thing. But we're going to open this up here and let some people come up. I've had some people really horsing about having a link to come up. King was asking about the shit too. Then write a fucked up news story. Okay. Let me see. So this is kind of interesting too, is because I don't think many of these people really understand fucking perspective at all. I really don't. And it's really not that difficult of a concept.
Look, those telephone poles are setting over the curve of the earth.
They are. You can tell too, and it must be squeezing in too, because those railroad tracks are getting narrower. But trains, because if you knew anything about physics, the train is designed so that the wheels squeeze together for when it gets down there. You know.
Yeah,
Keep on walking.
Because what? Because of math.
What was that?
Keep on.
I said because of math.
Yeah, math. Yeah.
Keep on walking away from it, and it will appear to be gradually depressed until it is last seen on the ground and then disappears. Now, according to the astronomers, the whole mile was only depressed about 8 inches from one end to the other, so that this 8 inches could not account for the enormous depression of the light as we recede from it. This proves that the depression of the pole star can and does take place in relation to a flat surface, simply because we increase our distance from it, the same as from the street lamp. In other words, the further away we get from any object above us, as a star for example, the more it is depressed.
Goes down.
And if we go far enough, it will sink, or appear to sink, to the horizon, and then disappear.
Feet above here,
Furthermore,
and it goes
globe earthers always mention visibility issues, specifically with Polaris, because it can only be seen by observers north of the equator, which could seemingly fit their narrative of disappearing due to curvature. Many other stars and constellations, however, are visible for a much wider spectrum of observers, far beyond what would be possible on a globe. For instance, Ursa Major, very close to Polaris, can be seen from 90 degrees north latitude, the North Pole, all the way down to 30 degrees south latitude. The constellation Vulpecula can be seen from 90 degrees north latitude all the way to 55 degrees south latitude. Taurus, Pisces, and Leo can be seen from 90 degrees north all the way to 65 degrees south. Aquarius and Libra can be seen from 65 degrees north to 90 degrees south. The constellation Virgo is visible from 80 degrees north down to 80 degrees south, and Orion can be seen from 85 degrees north all the way to 75 degrees south latitude. Observers on a ball Earth, regardless of any supposed tilt or inclination, should not logically be able to see this far. And once again, rather than the declination of the pole star proving the globe, it provides yet more evidence that Earth is a stationary plane.
You guys see it? Yeah, that's the thing too, is that you're seeing these things at a different declination as you move away from them. So as you go south, of course, Polaris is going to go down further in the sky because it's not. I better be careful. I just showed a thing with the mustache guy and I got my hand like that. So, you know, it's going to go lower and lower into the sky by your appearance. I mean, it's just like we've said with the giant warehouse. You know, we got a giant warehouse. It's got like a 12-foot ceiling, okay? And say it's like 10 miles by 10 miles. And we're standing there in the middle of there. And there's lights in the ceiling of it. And we go and we look, there's that one light in the very middle. It's right directly above us. But as we walk to the outer perimeters of the warehouse, that thing is going to appear to drop further and further into the horizon as we go away from it. It's that simple, man. I don't see why there's all this, you know, well, let's do a whole bunch of stupid shit so that we can pretend that we're on a fucking ball.
Well, but, you know, another thing, not directly related to what you were just saying, but this is something that nobody's been able to explain to me either. None of the globe the what do you call them, heliosexuals, right? They've never been in. How the hell would a rocket work in space?
I know, right? I know.
How do thrusters work in space? What is it pushing against, right? What is the combustion pushing against?
And if it's a simple thing of when you discharge weight, you move forward, well, you don't have any weight.
Right. You're in a weightless environment.
Yeah.
It's a medium. It's a vacuum.
I mean, what is a pound of thrust in a weightless environment?
It's,
right?
It's nothing. It's stupid. That's what it is. And yeah, and you know, and that's another thing too. Like I seen somebody in the comments earlier said a spacesuit. There's no way a spacesuit would keep them safe in a vacuum.
No,
not at all.
That was the first time they tested one out with a guy. They didn't even get it down to even close to any pressure of what space would be. And a dude started to die like right away, man. He's just spit in his mouth, started boiling, you know. That's what happens, man. This is why, like, I've been up in the mountains and you go to make hot water to put make coffee, and that water be boiling, bubbling like a son of a bitch, and it's just lukewarm, man. It's not hot.
Right.
It's funny as shit. But here's some of those balloons I was talking about. I mean, these aren't the ones the size of the Astrodome, but I mean, good God, look at these people compared to them. Look at this one down here.
Didn't you say something like helium's hard to get a hold of here?
No, the United States owns 98% of the helium reserves in the world, man.
Yeah, that's
yeah. And this was one of the reasons that the Hindenburg had to revert to using hydrogen, was because we boycotted Germany by the time the Hindenburg came along. We was already fucking with them. We boycotted them, wouldn't sell them any of the helium. And they already had this huge airship industry. So they had to convert all their shit over to work with hydrogen. But they took all kinds of precautions and everything to get. That's why this thing was sabotage. Absolutely. The explosion of the Hindenburg was absolutely sabotage. And that was going to bring in the airline industry also, you know, discourage people from wanting to be in airships, because these things were like cruise liners in the air, man. They had dining rooms and bars and state rooms. And I mean, they were the fucking shit. They had, you know, housekeeping crew. They had, you know, waiters and cooks. And I mean, just like a fucking cruise ship.
And then I like how Hollywood, of course, makes you think they make that movie Sky Captain in the World of Tomorrow, where the dude's in the, you know what I mean? It's about, that's the common thing, is these big old blimps, right? Zeppelins. And then you look at these old pictures from the 1800s, and they were everywhere, all over, right? And that was like a common mode of travel, and it could land anywhere. It could land on water. It could land anywhere. You know what I mean? It was, you didn't need runways or airports or all that stuff. And then they throw it in your face like that. They call it the world of tomorrow, right? When really it was the world of yesterday. But look at what Elite 333 says. He says the math must be pure fake. Yeah, the math must be pure fake. But yeah, thrust against what? I've talked about this stuff when I was in grade 6 and got made fun of.
They always will. That's the thing, is ridicule.
What you doing all that thinking for?
Man, this is why these fucking, like, these arrogant acting fucktard globe trolls, that's what their biggest fucking thing is trying to ridicule. 99%. That's the entire Sean Hawkins. That's his entire fucking gig right there. You've seen him. All he does is go, stupid fucker denies science. Ugh. He plays a couple more minutes and he goes, oh, that's simple. It's hey, Google, what's the answer to this? And I'm like, oh my God, man, is this guy even for real?
It reminds me of Idiocracy. What you reading them words for? You some kind of right? You know what I'm talking? What you reading them words for? You some kind of fag?
Yeah, what are you, a fag? What are you reading those words for? God damn. So have you seen the latest James Woods or what's the thing called, the telescope, the James what is it?
Yeah, I can't. I know.
I keep wanting to call it the James Woods telescope, but
the
James,
Webb, isn't it Webb?
yeah, James Webb telescope, right. James Woods, an actor.
The James Woods telescope. That'd be a pretty cool name though for a telescope.
But here's some more trolling. So here's one of their latest pictures. If you want to see, you guys see anything crazy in there?
Wow. The question mark.
Yeah.
That's not. That's like actually part of the photograph. That's not.
Yes.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, man. This is what they're passing off, man. They're just making.
They're probably laughing their asses off, dude. Like,
I mean, you can look on this fucking thing and you can see how many times they've cloned the same goddamn star image. I mean, look at these, like this one up here. You see those three underneath this galaxy toward the top?
Uh-huh.
Those are identical. They just change sizes of it is all.
Yeah, they are.
Those are all identical.
Yep, they definitely are. Yeah,
I mean,
you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, though.
Oh my God, this is
you gotta
what they
remember. The
do.
more fake it looks, the more real it is.
This is what the fuck they do, man. Oh, hey King, you was asking about a link. It's pinned up there for you, bro. Yeah, man, this is what they do. And people eat the fucking shit up, man. They eat this shit up. Oh, here we go. We got another new cartoon character now. Robo Penguin.
Oh, sorry, I had to cancel out my other video so it didn't cross over. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Man. Pretty good.
It's definitely a heck of a setup. Was that Darth Vader owl thing or something behind you?
It looks like a.
Oh yeah, that's an owl I made. You know, they're the overnight or Overwatch lords. They come out at night to watch over the flat Earth so that none of the people get to the ice wall and figure things out.
Yeah, that is one of the biggest things they're trying to keep us from. We know that. There are a lot of these things. I run across this. The weight of the shuttle is 1,180. What was it? 1,180,000 kilograms. The Boeing 747's maximum takeoff weight was 396,900 kilograms.
Well, that's don't forget that that piece of junk up there that's not aerodynamic in any kind of fashion whatsoever, right? Can travel 17,600 miles an hour.
Well, there's no wind resistance in space.
Right. Oh yeah, I forgot about
We don't have that.
But
we do still have that problem with that pressure differential. That's not good.
Right.
That's not good at all. This
I'm just curious at how it travels 17,600 miles per hour without any kind of medium to be thrusting in. You know what I mean?
Well, another thing I wonder too is if you're in space, how do you know what your altitude is? And what kind of an odometer are you using? What kind of a speedometer do you have on this thing? It's telling you.
Wait, what's that thing in planes that keeps this, like an altimeter? No, it's the thing that they line up with the horizon to keep the plane level.
Oh, the artificial curve.
No, I'm talking about the instrument.
I mean artificial horizon. That's right.
Right, the artificial horizon, which is not curved and actually could not work on a globe because it puts the horizon. Yeah.
So this is kind of random, but real quick, this is cool. I think I might have sent this to you, Ryan, but this was amazing. When I first saw this and it first started, I went, "What in the was this?" And then after she got going, I went, "Oh, I understand completely why she was doing this." But check this out. This is kind of weird at first. So I was like, what the fuck?
Kind of weird.
Isn't that amazing though? And her
Amazing.
voice is amazing.
She
It's
does
just
have a pretty voice.
it's enchanting. And I was like, oh, okay. So she got herself into a resonant state, man. That's what she did there. She got herself into a vibratory state to be able to, I would say, channel that music.
Yeah, they call that the divine frequency. It's that like church type sound in music.
Yeah.
Or that voice. That's
Wow. Yeah, I thought that was amazing.
It's very, very impressive.
Definitely
Definitely
kind of
is.
random. I just thought it would be pretty cool to bring out as I was going by. I was looking for this other thing. We don't want to watch the guy. Did you guys see the guy drinking bong water?
That was disgusting. Yeah.
That was disgusting. He takes a monster hit. This is fucking crazy. Watch this.
Oh, it's so gross, dude. It makes me want to vomit.
Watch.
Oh, and it was all brown and nasty too.
I know. Oh my God. I know. It's just like, I did that by accident before. Okay. But this guy, he just is sort of like, when his friends tilted it up to him, but I myself, as soon as a little bit of that got in my mouth, I would have turned my head away from it or something. This guy just went ahead and took it all, man. Like, wow. Push buttons is doing the barfy face. It's fucked up. Dude. So I've left my audience mentally scarred here today.
So yeah, that's 17,000 miles per hour. Pre-departure of our atmosphere, Elite 333. I didn't look that up, but if that is true, it doesn't even make sense because that, what is it, the SR-71 Blackhawk is like the fastest jet in the world. Thing looks like a switchblade with wings.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that thing only goes like just over 2,000 miles an hour. But that hunky piece of shit that was, you know what I mean, that they claim is a space shuttle goes 17,600 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And somehow doesn't rip apart, like he said. Yeah. That right there is a load of shit. For sure.
It's not even aerodynamic. I guess they're saying that because of its weight, the centrifugal force, it's at a perfect point where, yeah, it stays in limbo, just like in that one little area with only small deviations. See, because they can like reboost. I guess they say they reboost and adjust the orbits and shit. I mean, they could say all kinds of stuff, and what the hell? It's their goddamn story. They made it up. They can say whatever they want to about it.
They literally say whatever they want.
Apparently, it doesn't even have to make sense.
If it's published in a science magazine or Neil deGrasse Tyson says it, it's gospel. It's the gospel of Tyson. All right.
That guy.
Chapters in the book of scientism.
I know.
Well, you're anti-science. No, I'm more science. I'm more pro-science than you are because science is a process of coming up with a hypothesis and then creating experiments to test your hypothesis and drawing a conclusion, like we all learned in third grade. That's what science isn't. Some guy with letters after his name says this is true and you're not allowed to question. That's actually anti-science. That's the complete opposite of science. Like, hey, I've discovered this, but you can't question it or create experiments to test it or contribute to it in any way unless you're agreeing with me. It's
Right.
Now, I would kind of find that same analogy with the firmament. I mean, the firmament would be the largest thing on the flat Earth, correct?
Well, if possibly, yeah, possibly.
And it's supposed to be containment, so it obviously would have to connect to the surface of the Earth somewhere.
Somewhere.
Yeah. So, but there's so many people that like just totally preach it, but nobody's ever.
Well, see, the amazing they do that because it's what makes sense.
No, hold on, that's not true. That they didn't ever find it. They did find it, and then they created NASA and the Antarctic Treaty.
Well, I'm not talking about they, though. They won't ever tell you the truth.
Oh,
I'm talking about the truth seekers. I'm talking about the truth seekers.
It has been
Well, then
finish
how
what
thick?
I was
You
gonna
know, it
say,
does make
though.
me
Hold on.
wonder exactly how thick it is, and then if I could find out how thick it is, I could then possibly do
Listen,
my own
check
experiments
it out.
upon it
That's
to
what I was
find out
gonna
if
get
that
to.
thickness is accurate,
We would
or
love to
maybe
do
what
that.
chemicals. Sir, I'm trying to talk here.
Well, I was when I got interrupted, and what I wanted to say to you before you even go off into that, when you're talking about experiments, is
Okay.
this: we would love to experiment. We're not allowed to go there. We're not allowed to go to Antarctica. We're not allowed to fly outside of a certain radius anywhere internationally. If you get and that's what leads us to the conclusion that you'll find the ring, the ice wall, right?
So that eliminates any possibility of me ever doing any experimentation just by your
Exactly.
words. And I mean, they're just words. It's not
No,
like
go ahead and try it. Go down to
it's not like
Antarctica.
there's not trips. You can go there. I don't have the
Okay.
money to go there, but you can go
No,
there.
you cannot freely explore Antarctica.
I didn't say
absolutely not.
freely explore, but you
Well, how
can
would
go
you
there for
you're-
scientific experiment as long as it's not military in nature.
No.
At least
Go
that's
ahead
what
and try
the Antarctic Treaty says.
Well, yeah, but here's all right. So here's what goes on. When and if you are approved, you are going to be at one of these bases that they have, like McMurdo.
McMurdo's one of them, yeah.
All right. You're only allowed to go certain places. You're not allowed to go to a lot of the places. There's a lot of hush hush shit. I've heard testimony and also talked to people that have worked there in a capacity of like maintenance and things like that. And listen, they don't get to do shit. They don't get to go anywhere at all. These people go out on these expeditions, or if they want to go out and do, they're limited to where they're allowed to go. And you're certainly not going to go further into the interior of what they call this continent. So that's going to be out for you. Now, my question is, why?
Right.
Why couldn't you, ZX? Why couldn't you go and do that? I would be all for it. I would be all for it. In fact, I'd go with you, man. I have heard reports of some things that they study down there, like this, what they call sky ice. And it's this ice that's blue and it doesn't melt into a liquid. It just kind of dissipates. They can only work on it in the extreme cold down there. They try to bring it north and it fucking melts. And it just melts into a gas, into like nothing. And kind of like how dry ice, frozen carbon dioxide does. But you see that happening. This shit just shrinks and goes away. Now, these are only the descriptions that I've heard of this. But I mean, there's stuff that they're just keeping from public knowledge, like, yeah, sky ice. Access Mondays heard about this too. You know, I mean, it'd be amazing. It would be amazing. Now, of course, they make it look like it's inhospitable all the time and a complete wasteland of wind and cold and shit. But I've seen videos of people walking around with no hats on, coats unzipped. You know, so there are times that you're not in that kind of an environment as well. Even some of the footage that came back with Admiral Byrd showed them in clearly temperate areas.
Oh yeah, I've seen all those videos. I believe we've talked about it a couple of times. Or at
So
least once.
there's a lot there, and I too would be interested to know what it's made of. Now, of course, the various scriptures talk of it being like a molten glass. You know, and I halfway wonder if that's not one of the things they're working on with all these different frequencies. Is kind of like how remember the thing for Memorex. Ella Fitzgerald was famous for being able to hit a high note and shatter a wine glass with the frequency of her note. And they used to use her for a commercial for Memorex cassette tapes. And I wonder if maybe they're not trying a lot of these frequencies to try to shatter this dome. And why would they shatter it? Especially if you don't know what's on the other side. You know, I mean, that's...
To answer your question is simply this, though. You say, why do people that know the earth is flat, I won't say believe, is because we do know the earth is flat. Now, I don't walk around preaching about what the sky is made out of or what that actually is, because guess what? I don't know. And anybody who does know what it is isn't talking, right? But
Right.
here's what I do is I use critical thinking skills, and I can't prove what it is, but I can prove what it's not. It's not a globe.
Well, they didn't say it was a globe.
Well, that's my point. So that's the biggest way. So that right there fundamentally shifts every conception of where we live that have been put into people's minds. Like that right there is huge. Yeah, it's not a globe,
Well,
right?
you know,
So
another
pretty
thing,
much what you have is it's not globe.
well,
And that's what we know
get
for
asked,
sure.
I get asked a lot of times, you know, well, how high is this? Because I don't ever use the term dome. Okay. I always just use the term containment. I say, well, what is it? And I don't know what it is. Well, how do you know it exists? Well, the reason I know it exists is because it has to. In order for there to be air pressure, any pressure, gradient or not, it requires containment.
This is true.
That's
But
all there is to it.
it would absolutely have to be a dome, being the fact that above me is where it is, and then, as you said, it would have to connect to the flat Earth somewhere in order for it to be containment. And the only way possible to do that is, I mean, I guess it could be a square, but I mean, the only way logically to do it would be a dome.
And see, how do you know that it doesn't connect? There's no way we can actually go down there and explore for ourselves because they will shoot you down. It's not, you can't go down there and then, like
You know,
said,
another thing that would make it extremely difficult too is the fact that your compass won't work.
Well, and here's another thing, right? So and the tours that you do get to take are strictly guided and restricted, right? So that they can make sure you're not down there trying to figure anything out, right? And so how do we know that that this is the only, like, that what we live in within this Antarctic circle, right, or ice wall, is the extent of what this realm is? It could be infinite. We don't know where it actually connects, right? It could be way outside of Antarctica. You just don't know. There could be, what if space is not even a place you go? What if you can't go there and you cannot go there in physical form? What if that is the heavens? What if that is, you know, the heavenly abode and the throne of God and all that stuff? Like, there's just no way of knowing, one, because they can't get through whatever that is up there, no matter how they try. And secondly, they won't let anybody else do any kind of exploring or experimentation.
Right.
Well, it would most certainly have to connect somewhere in order to make containment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it would. And a dome does make sense. Not so much one like a high arching dome, but one that kind of spreads down, almost like a blister. You know what I'm saying?
Now, you were talking about assumptions earlier, and I just heard somebody mention, oh yeah, it was Burn to Corporate Fiction, mention that there were these extra terra and all of that. That would all be assumption.
Well, I said maybe that's what's out there. I didn't say this. Hey, this is a fact.
I do know that the 1587 Monte map does depict other lands through channels at the edge of the map beyond the Antarctic circle. So I don't know.
What we do know for sure is it's not a globe, and that's big enough by itself.
I didn't say it was a globe.
But I'm saying,
pretty much all you have is it's not a globe.
Which is huge. What do you mean that's all I have? That's huge.
What was it? Ageless.
It's the largest thing on your flat Earth is that firmament. The one thing that is more massive than everything. It would have to be larger than the Earth for it to be above us and still connect. So, I mean, you would think that the largest thing on the flat Earth would be the one thing that you would make sure to study as much as you could.
Right. Which here's the thing, though. Well, in what way? All right. So the people who have studied it, amateur researchers who've sent up rockets and stuff like that, it hits something. And
Are you talking about the Go Fast rocket?
No, that was at 72 miles from Arizona, and New Mexico.
So it hits something, right? Beyond that, me personally, I don't have the resources to build a rocket, but here's what I do know, right? You keep going back to this dome thing. I know that we do not live on a globe. we live on a plane. I know that because there's no curvature anywhere, no matter how high you go up. Now, with that, I can extrapolate other theories about what the rest of the situation is made based on what makes sense scientifically. Like, okay, there has to be containment, right? But why is it that this is what I'm curious about, is why is it the fact that we do not live on a globe, not like, you know, profound? I don't get, that's all you have. We don't live on a globe. And then you say my flat earth model or his flat earth model. So
I didn't say your flat earth model.
You did. You said on your flat earth model, the biggest
No,
thing
I said on the flat earth.
Well, no, I caught it. You said your, but that's whatever, semantics.
Okay, I'll go back and watch the recording, but I'm pretty sure I didn't say that.
Okay, when you do go back and watch it, you said your, but it doesn't matter. If it was a slip, then it betrays like the way that you view it. What do you think that we live on?
Well, I would rather take the scientific approach and remove whatever beliefs I have and study specifically the item that is the extraordinary claim.
Okay.
And the extraordinary claim would be the firmament. I mean, that's pretty extraordinary, wouldn't you think?
Well, all right. It's not really extraordinary, because do you or do you not agree that in order for a pressurized gas system to exist, it must be contained?
And why would that be?
Why would that be?
Wait, now hold on.
Nature
If I take an inert, non-flammable, non-toxic gas that is heavier than air, I most certainly could pour it into a container without a lid. And as long as that container is tapered on the top, it would contain that gas with inside.
What's the taper coming from?
From the shape of the container that I poured the inert, non-toxic,
Okay, so
non-flammable gas.
you could actually do that even with carbon dioxide, even with
as long as the gas is heavier than air, yes.
Sure.
You can pour it into a container.
That's all well and good. That's not a gas pressure system. What I'm talking about is I'm talking about a gas pressure system as described as the atmos of Earth against a vacuum. Okay, so in other words, you would have to be able to show a 14.7 psi inside of a 0 or as close to 0 psi as possible. No container. No container. You even with your inert heavy gas, you still had a container, didn't you? Because it had to have a narrow top, right?
Well, yes, but with it open,
you still have a container.
But didn't you say nature abhors a vacuum?
Yes, there's no vacuum there.
No,
all you have is the denser gas. It's no different than if you put water inside there. It just displaced the other gas. That's all.
So is that a force or is that a description of an effect?
I guess it could be actually both, because it's called equalization. Equalization occurs on all levels at all times. This is even the reason that we have storms.
Well, how would you describe nature abhors a vacuum as a force?
I didn't say it was a force. I said it's a rule.
So it would be a description. Rule. It would be a description of an effect.
All right, whatever. Can you put a ball of pressurized gas in a vacuum chamber without containment?
Well, no, because of equalization.
Right, there you go. So,
well, what causes that equalization? Again,
well,
the equilibrium is caused by something, and the equilibrium is just a description of an effect. It's not necessarily a cause. There has to be a
law of nature. It's a law of nature. Everything seeks equilibrium.
The effect can't be the cause.
Who said it? No? What are you talking about?
Well, as far as equilibrium, that's a description of an effect and not necessarily a cause.
Okay.
And the description of nature abhors a vacuum, again, is
what I said true or not true? Is what I said true or not true?
Well, at the moment, I'm looking more into the cause can't be the effect. So we have to come down with a cause before we could start saying that effect is a reason.
Find out the cause. What is the cause then, ZX? What is the cause that makes the higher pressure in a soda can want to equalize with the outer pressure? What does that cause?
Well, I kind of like the vacuum idea better, and we can
All
go
right,
with the
well,
soda
then what
can
is
if you'd
the
like,
cause?
but the cause would have to be dropity. And on neutral Earth, the dropity. On neutral Earth, the dropity is what causes that air mass to then fill the empty space within that container.
Right, equalization.
And the dropity actually can have a number attached to it, but I would, we kind of would have to also go and visit the
Do we
round
really
Earth.
need it? Do we really need it? All we have to know is that you cannot have a gas pressure system in a vacuum without a container.
Well, I don't know. The other
That's
people
all
you
we
speak
need.
to,
So,
I don't know. The other people you speak to, you insist that the thing that they describe as dropity is just an effect and not a cause, and you try to insist that they must come up with a cause.
No, I didn't do anything of the sort. I said, show me a pressure system, a gas pressure system in a vacuum without containment. It can't be done. It would never happen. So this means that things like gas giant planets could never form. Stars made of big balls of gas could never form, because you could never have a lumpy space vacuum. They would never come together in order to form any kind of mass or gravity.
Well, as far as mass and gravity and all that nonsense, we can even perform that here on neutral Earth.
It's dispersal.
Using the Cavendish experiment. And I know you really don't like the Cavendish experiment, but it doesn't explain dropity.
It doesn't matter. None of those things.
Who's talking over who now, sir?
None of those things could get even close enough to one another to start forming into anything.
So
no more than you can turn when you spray an aerosol can. That liquid that you had in there turns into a mist. Does that ever turn into a puddle of liquid again? No, it doesn't. You know why? Because the droplets are too far away from one another.
So do you know how neutral earthers and round earthers perform the Cavendish experiment?
Yes, I do.
Okay, does it depict down at all?
What do you mean, does it depict down at all?
In the experiment, the result that you are getting, are you measuring down at all?
I don't know. Are we?
No.
It's a stupid experiment.
You're picking lateral.
It's a stupid experiment that doesn't even really work.
Well, how is it stupid? Do you even know how it works? Or do you know how to perform it?
You got two different size balls that you put within a proximity of one another, and that one is supposed to be drawing the other one closer to it. Now, I did notice when I lived near the Sierra Mountains that every morning when I got up, my Jeep had slid about 1.5 feet closer to the mountains every day because of the mass, pulling out the mass of my Jeep.
That's really not the explanation of the Cavendish. The Cavendish is more simple than you think it is. It's not some magical experiment.
Besides that, they've already wait. Didn't you know that they're not using that anymore? Right? That's out. That's so
well, but you can perform it yourself. You don't have to rely on they.
Right. But what about the Einsteinian gravity, though?
Well, it wasn't even getting into that. You're driving on a different subject, which obviously is not.
Are we using
even part of the?
Are we using this mass attracting mass, or is it bending space time?
But do you understand the Cavendish?
No, it's stupid.
I know you don't.
Well,
it's very simple.
Fucking stupid.
It's very simple. All you have to do.
Stupid that is. If you actually believe,
if you can recreate it, if you can recreate it in a lab, how is it stupid?
If you actually believe that it never hardly even works. Jesus
it works
Christ,
every time.
Pain in the ass to talk to a professor that he spent 3 days trying to set the fucking thing up and couldn't get it to work.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, ZX?
Yes,
right.
Sir.
So, all right, you come on here and you've really got a thing with semantics, right? Like huge, right? But my main point that I've been trying to ask you is what do you think we live on?
A neutral Earth.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean, I guess if I went into all that detail, it would probably be way too scientific. But
Oh
we
my
were
God,
trying
that
to
sounds
talk
like a
about the
little horseshit.
Cavendish.
No, what I'm asking you is, what do you think?
You're
what is
trying
it?
to avoid the Cavendish is what
No,
you're trying
I'm
to do,
literally
and how
asking.
it is performed, because
I'm
you
asking
know
you
it
a
doesn't
question.
prove
I
dropity
asked
at
you.
all.
No,
It proves
listen.
only mass versus mass,
Listen,
and
I
it
asked you
does
this
most
question
certainly
way
work
before you
every
talked
single
about.
time.
I asked you this question way before you talked about the Cavendish experiment. Okay, and
I answered it.
no, yeah, you said neutral Earth, and then you proceeded to tell me that I'm too stupid to understand what it is if you tried to explain it. So I'm
I
going to
didn't
ignore
say you were too
It's some
stupid. I
dumb
said
shit
you
he
wouldn't
just
understand
made
it.
up. It's just
No.
some dumb shit he just made up is all.
No, I really am curious. What is it that you think that we live on? Explain this to me. What a neutral Earth is. Why don't you just?
It is the
go?
area in which I live that I enjoy my life. I enjoy the sun.
So
I go
just
out to
in
the
your
beach.
mind.
I swim in the water.
So you
I
just live in
get
your
out of the
mind.
water.
So let me ask you this: do you think we live on a ball?
As far as the ball earthers, I
Or
think
even
they're
an
a little
oblate
stuck.
spheroid?
I think they're a little stuck on certain little things that really
Like
don't
that it's
matter.
a ball?
And one of the things that would definitely say for certain that you can do an experiment in a lab and recreate it, which is one of the fundamentals of flat Earth, is that if you can recreate it in a lab, then it works.
You're
And the
excellent at
Cavendish, you
dodging.
absolutely can.
You're excellent at dodging what I'm asking you. Do you think
That's
we live
because
on
I
a
don't
ball?
care about what you're asking me.
Well, I don't give a
I'm
fuck
here to
what you're
talk to
talking
Sovereign
about
Soul.
either. So I was here first, motherfucker.
Well,
So here's my
anyway,
thing.
so
Do
the
you-
Cavendish
do you
doesn't at
think-
all explain dropity.
Do you think we live on a ball, dude? Why are you running from this question? If you do, show me.
I am
evidence.
talking about your flat Earth because the scientific method
Fine.
is to remove
what-
all beliefs that I have prior and
Which would be a
only
ball.
focus on the
Yes.
flat Earth.
So if one of your beliefs is a ball, we can remove that right away, which is the biggest.
I just did by calling it neutral Earth.
No, that doesn't.
No,
make
it's just some dumb shit you made
And
up.
then start looking into only the claims of the flat Earth and ignore all the claims of the ball Earth. Go ahead,
that-
ask me how far the sun is. Go
Okay,
ahead.
how far is the
Ask-
sun?
I don't know.
There
Ask
you
me
go.
how big the sun is. I don't know. Ask
Well,
me
then-
any of those
then
questions
why
from
would you
ball Earth.
believe-
I don't
why
know
would you
because I'm
believe the
only
then
focusing on the flat Earth.
Yeah,
So
but
you're-
no, you're not. No, you're not, because now you're going into some fucking cockamamie Cavendish bullshit where you
But the
actually
Cavendish
think
can be performed
it can
right
be
in your
performed.
living
It
room
doesn't prove
perfectly
anything.
every single
Don't you
time.
understand that?
I'm trying to prove flat Earth
Well,
right now. Do you think we live on a ball? Because either it's a ball or it's a plane.
So are you trying to prove a ball? Because you're paying a lot of attention to a ball. The scientific method is to
Is he-
remove
does
the
he not- am I
ideas that
speaking
you
a different
have.
Language.
Yes, you are.
English.
Look,
The scientific method is
if
to
one of your
remove any
beliefs-
ideas that you have set in your head and any ideas that you have assumed, which may be inaccurate because somebody came up with some other idea. And the best way to deal with it scientifically is to
No.
only look at that idea and
flat
remove
Earth-
all your preconceived
Flat
notions
Earth
of the
can
other
only
one.
be a person's own idea. I came to the realization that we
So
live
it's not
on
a truth
plane.
at all. It's something that is only your idea.
There's
and it's,
no
it-
curvature. There's no curve anywhere, dude. None. You cannot show me curve.
Did I
anywhere.
claim a curve?
Well, there
No,
would need to be a
I
curve.
can
for us to
show
live
you
on
a
ball.
curve. You'd have to go to Florida and Lake Pontchartrain. I know you hate Lake Pontchartrain, but
What
I'm
the-
just ignoring that because of the fact that the
Are you even a
scientific
human
method.
being? Like, what the hell are you talking about? Do you not understand what I'm saying to you? It's either a ball or it's a plane. Anything outside of that doesn't matter at this point. This is the fundamental, very basic first place to start for anybody when having this discussion. It's the fundamental, very first place to start because it's either one or the other.
Well, no, actually, the scientific method is when you have an opposing idea, instead of just locking on to your methods and your
No,
ideas, it's
I
to seek
disprove
out
for
only.
myself.
Well, see, we
globe.
can throw the globe right out the window
Yeah.
because it's scientifically impossible to begin with.
Yes.
Good. It's out the window
So there
as
we
far
go.
as, and then we
Now
start
we're done
looking
with
into
that.
the flat
Now we're
Earth.
all
Now,
done with
now,
So
here
we
on
don't
the-
have to. Then we don't have to worry about this stupid mass attracting mass anymore, do we?
Well, sure, because the Cavendish
Well,
experiment
it's a
proves
great,
it.
it's a demonstration of torsion dynamics, and that's it. That's
Oh,
it.
Do you know how the Cavendish experiment works?
Yes. In fact,
Clearly you
I'm gonna
don't,
give you
because
a
it does
video.
not describe that at all. You won't let me explain how it works either.
Hold on, I'm going to bring you a video of why this thing is fucked up. Go ahead, continue on.
I mean, I know how the
I don't
Cavendish
hate Blake's
experiment works.
pushing
You
buttons.
start
This
out with
guy's-
a
I'm
you
going to
start
show
out
you
with
how
a
it
stake
doesn't fucking work.
supported
okay?
above the ground,
So I'm going to show you how it doesn't fucking work.
and then you run. I believe it's a copper ring. You could use any type of wire, but you don't want to use rope because rope has
Why do you need
braiding in it, which allows it to turn. The wire itself is a single strand without any braiding, so it won't turn. And you run the wire from the stake up atop that's supported up above, and you run it down to another stake down below, which is hanging horizontally, flat across your kitchen floor or whatever. And then on each end of that, you weigh, well, it depends on how big you want your experiment to be. But if we went with like a yard, which is the average Cavendish experiment, a yardstick, the item is a yardstick. So if you go with a yard, which is a normal Cavendish experiment, then the average weight is 4 pounds of weight, 2 pounds on one side, or it's actually 8 pounds, sorry. 4 pounds on one side and 4 pounds on the other. Now you try to put that setup into as less air resistance area as you can.
Dude, what does
and
this
the
have to
reason
do
being,
with the fact
you know,
that we
you
don't
keep
live on
cutting
a
me
ball?
off, and I'm just trying to explain how this thing works. I didn't say we
it's-
live on a ball. You keep saying it.
Well, dude, so listen. If we don't live on a ball, this is the whole premise behind even saying flat Earth, right? It just means it's a plane. It's not a ball, okay? Which opens the door for a whole bunch of other stuff.
Okay, so we're looking at our plane.
It's and
And
it throws
sitting
the
in our
heliocentric
plane
ball.
in our living room would be the plane that I'm looking at the moment.
It throws the heliocentric model right out of the window.
Well, that's fine. But we were talking
So
about
why
mass
are we
attracting
talking?
mass.
Why are we talking
and
about
how
that?
it can
That's
be
a
proven.
heliocentric theory.
Well, why wouldn't we want to see if maybe it's
Because it
not
doesn't
right?
have any bearing on this conversation at this point, unless
Oh,
you
so
think we
it's
live on a ball.
avoiding
No.
avoiding any
No,
type
and
of
Listen,
truth.
listen. The mass attracting mass horse shit was such horse shit that they abandoned it and
They
are
never
now
abandoned it.
claiming- Listen, the top scientists, your guys,
Never abandoned
the
it.
priests, they have abandoned that now in lieu of Einsteinian gravity. Okay, now this is the bending of space-time and has something to do with, I don't know, balls in a net or some shit that they try to pass off with that. It's ridiculous.
So could I ever get through my explanation of the Cavendish?
Dude, it has no bearing on this conversation.
It has
Unless-
bearing on the flat, because it does have bearing on the flat, because we're doing it in your kitchen or your living room or somewhere that is flat. So it most certainly still
doesn't-
works
doesn't
on that
understand,
flat.
does it? He
Sure,
doesn't
it
How
does.
can we even take you seriously if you won't even show like anything but this penguin? I'm sorry, it's really
Well,
hard
first
to take
off,
me
I have no
serious.
camera except for a camera that dies after about 15 minutes or maybe 20 minutes of use.
Well, I have some really good excuses too.
Whatever. Anyway, so as I was
Whatever.
trying to explain the Cavendish,
But why?
You-
Okay,
you-
so
you
why would
support-
you want? Okay, no, hold on.
Why are we? Nobody believes the mass attracting mass, despite you putting balls hanging from strings and shit.
I didn't
know,
mention
it
any
doesn't-
balls. I didn't
it's
mention any balls.
already
I
been shown
mentioned
that it
4
doesn't
pounds of
fucking work,
weight. The
man.
weight can be pretty much any shape you wish.
So here's what I'll listen to you if you can answer this question in a way that makes sense. Even if the Cavendish experiment did work, okay, and it proved that mass attracts mass, what is that a microcosm of that we're trying to discover in the macro? What bearing does that have on the fact that we, unless you believe in the heliocentric model, which is completely glued together with what you're talking about, it's really irrelevant
Why is this thing
in the way
It's
that we
not
see the
irrelevant
world.
because
Okay.
it does teach mass versus mass. And I was trying to explain how, but you keep diving off onto trying to get me to tell you that
No,
it's round or
I'm
something,
asking
which
you
I'm
what
not going
bearing-
to,
no,
because the scientific method is to remove
Listen,
all ideas of
all
that.
I'm asking
It doesn't
you
mean remove all
is to
knowledge. It
explain
means remove
why.
all ideas
Why would I
of
need to know
around
this
Earth, and
right
you can
now?
still use the same knowledges
Why
on
would
the
I
flat
need to-
Earth. Why would
Okay,
you
but-
need to know that? Because, well, it
Yes.
destroys your flat Earth.
How?
No, it doesn't.
Well, because
No, it doesn't.
in
Two
many ways.
balls hanging together, and somebody saying, "See there?"
I'll explain
one
how.
of them fucking
Mass
moved.
attracting mass. What destroys your flat Earth with the Cavendish experiment? Upon a flat Earth, there would still be an effect, and that effect is proven in the Cavendish.
What effect is that?
The effect is not dropity. The effect is a mass. That's what I was trying to describe, but you won't let me finish any of it.
What are you talking about?
Exactly. You still don't know because I cannot finish the Cavendish experiment explanation
So,
for you.
no,
You
I just
hang
can't
the
get
ball, you
past
hang a stick,
the
and you
fact.
use a wire. You make sure everything is balanced. You have 4 pounds on each end of the yardstick.
He believes in the heliocentric model.
Hold on a
That's the
second.
bottom line.
I said that you have to remove all
give
of
me
that,
give
all
me-
preconceived
hey,
notions.
Zeus.
Scientific method is removing all preconceived notions
All right, X.
of
All right,
everything you
I'm
once
calling you
believed,
on your-
and
I'm
then
calling you on your made-up
attacking
word.
or looking into the other claim, the extraordinary claim. Now,
how do you
even
spell- how do you
even
spell
on flat
dropity?
Earth, you claim that there's this they and them that prevent us from learning any of this.
So actually, it's not what I say, right? What I say is that there is no evidence of curvature anywhere on the face of this earth.
Well, you can go to Florida.
Oh my God. So you're missing the whole point, man. It's like you're really, really missing it. This is the crux. Okay, so it's this simple. If you do not believe that the earth is flat,
I didn't say I didn't believe the earth was flat. I said I'm looking into the claim.
okay, so you can
the
just
extraordinary claim
So look,
that
can
the
you
earth
find
is flat.
curvature? Can you
Even
find
on the
curvature?
flat earth,
Can you see
every
curvature
single
at 8 inches per mile squared by the distance? Can you
did I
like
say any of that?
no, but
Is
you
that any of my claims?
So-
Is any of that my claims?
so if I
just
Have
have
you
wanna
heard
know
any
how
of those
you
claims
spell-
out of me?
How do you spell this dropity?
You're leading on to claims that
How do
you
you-
want me to say
Is a
because you're
pe-
trying to throw the straw man in there when all
No,
you have
is a
to do
piece of
is simply the claim is that mass didn't attract mass.
that wasn't nobody listen.
Nobody
That-
claimed that?
All right,
So,
listen, I'm going to mute both of you now because I want to ask a question.
I'll just shut up.
I want to ask a question. How do you spell this dropity that you're talking about? This is what I'm looking for. I want to know. I'm going to know what this is because I think you made that shit up.
Well, of course I made it up.
Well, then why would you?
Because
doesn't mean
because
anything.
one word that triggers you.
What? It's one.
And
word
I
that
was
triggers
saying that
when
the
you use word.
Cavendish
You
doesn't
actually
explain
hold on,
dropity
you
at all.
simulated a word.
For simulated.
Exactly. And I know, I've seen your show and the poor simulated thing.
All right. So
It's
what the
not gonna
fuck are
catch
you
me.
talking about dropity?
It's something that bothers you that I don't want to use that word because it's a trigger mechanism for you.
No, it's not. Go ahead.
And what we
What's
were
the
talking
word?
about was mass versus mass. It
Yes.
doesn't require dropity.
Yeah, well, that's
Dropity
exactly
is that
what-
downward force. That downward force
the
that you seem to
electrostatic
think
force.
that
The
the
electrostatic
Cavendish is
charge.
explaining, and
the
it's
the electrostatic charge. Yeah, we
Well,
understand
you-
that completely.
you're
Look at
doing
the
the
atomic
exact
scale.
same
Look
thing.
at the atomic scale. The heavier the element, the more positive charge it has.
You're doing the exact same thing as dropity.
You
Am
just
I?
made that shit up by your
Exactly.
own fucking admission.
Exactly.
What the fuck?
You're gone.
But no,
What
so
the fuck?
here's the thing though, right? With him is I feel like one that he's here just to disrupt the show.
He is. He's an
Because
asshole.
He's saying stuff that's just so obviously stupid. And secondly, what I'm trying to get across to this guy, and I'm sure you guys already know, is it's this simple. It's fundamental, right? If we live on a ball in space, right? Or just a ball in general, which this ball would have to be in space, right? Or have to be in some kind of larger medium, right? Where there's no curvature. So before I start getting into Cavendish experiments and all these fucking mathematical acrobatics, right? The very first thing I'm going to check is say, well, hold on, man. What do you mean it's not a ball? It's all right. I need to look and see if there's curvature. And then you discover that not only is there not curvature, but at the end of 100 years ago, engineers and architects, nobody accounted for any kind of curvature or anything like that when building a bridge or canal or any of that shit, right? And it's that simple. So before you even get into all the mathematics and stuff like that of horseshit theories, you just look, it's flat. And then he says the ridiculous claim is the one that needs to be proven. Well, here's the thing, is I can see that the earth is not moving. I can feel that the earth is not moving, right? I feel no motion at all whatsoever. This is observable reality, okay? I see nothing but flat plane from any altitude, observable reality. But you want me to believe that we're on a spinning water ball going at 1,000 miles an hour, hurtling around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, and a galaxy that's hurtling through the universe at 1.4 million miles per hour. And all of that's happening, right? But I can't see it. I can't feel it. I can't measure it or detect it in any way. So which claim is actually the ridiculous claim?
Dropsity.
Droppity. I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? I went over here and looked at it, and I was like, there's no such thing. I thought there's another fucking word they've made up about something.
Of course I made it up. That's how I can
The
explain
other word,
the whole thing.
because the other word triggers me. What the fuck is he talking about? A word triggered me. I don't get triggered by words. I get triggered by idiots.
And what he was explaining had no bearing on it, unless he believes we're on a ball, which I think he actually does.
Oh, and that chicken shit motherfucker can't even show his face.
It's my camera. Whatever, man. I have no integrity, nor do I have any honor, nor can I even speak for myself, because there's a penguin that speaks for me.
But see, he was trolling. That's why he didn't want to admit that he believes the Earth is a globe. That's why he didn't want to admit that, because he's trolling. Because that's what I kept trying to wait. First of all, let's understand what you think the world is. He's a neutral Earth. The fuck is that?
Oh, this is stupid as shit. Listen, neutral Earth. Listen, I already know his fucking game, anyways. You know, it's not like he's running anything new. He just likes to come on. He's begged me a million times wanting to come on his channel so he can try to get some views, because as you can see, he's like watching a really boring Japanese animated cartoon. And you know, it's like Speed Racer, only worse. And I'm like, holy fucking God, man. No, I don't want to talk to you. So he was on and on and on and on and on about, you got me blocked. You got me blocked. I didn't have the motherfucker blocked. I might block him now, but
Wait a second. This guy has a show, but he doesn't have a fucking camera?
yeah, I get no, yeah, he uses his little avatars and shit. He's probably stupid as hell looking or something, man.
I didn't even.
And then
think he was
comes
a real
up with the
person.
excuse 20 minutes on his fucking camera. Really? Jesus Christ.
I didn't think he was a real person.
I don't think he is.
I
either.
thought he was like a, I don't know, like a automaton or something, or like a deep fake bot voice or something. Like, you know,
He sounds like the guy that did the voiceover for Barney. Hey guys. Guys, I've got some dropsity in my pants.
But no, no, because the things he was saying, he was like, he had an inability to grasp the simple question and concept that I was trying to, either that or he was fucking trolling, like I said.
Did I lose you guys when I pulled that up? I might have too much shit.
Well, I don't think he really, like, with a brain the size of what he is proposing that he is, the penguin's brain is not that large. I mean, they're intelligent for being penguins, but solving the world's problems, I just don't see it happening.
Well, that was weird, man.
I've never talked to a penguin before in my life. I don't think I like penguins as much as I thought I did.
He's not, I don't know. I was like, I don't want to assume anything, but he just seems a little off to me. You know, that's why I thought he either wasn't real. And then I think Renee said, no, he's real. Oh, it said he rage quit last year on somebody's show. Renee said that.
Well, you know, come on, man. Make yourself at least tolerable in some way. You know, that's all I can say.
I just wanted him to ask. I was willing to listen to whatever he had to say if he just admitted that he believed we live on a globe.
No, it's dropsity.
He wouldn't admit.
Droppity. What
Yeah,
the
it was
fuck?
just-
What was he substituting that word for? Gravity?
Gravity. Yeah, that's why
Oh
it's
my
80.
God. What a fucking retard. Why would anybody give a shit?
Because his whole goal was to derail our conversation by ignoring. Yeah.
Wait.
Here's what you need to do, ZX, is you need to take your broke ass and get a fucking decent camera and shit so you don't have to be a retarded penguin robot on the fucking screen. That's what you got to do. Use that scientific method to figure out how to make your fucking camera work. How about that?
Right. I think that if he's going to use the scientific method, he should start at the beginning and start on himself. Get rid of all that information that he thinks he knows, because obviously it is bullshit, because he cannot express it in a manner that's, understandable. And I don't even know this guy. I just heard him for like 3 minutes up here before I came up, and it was distasteful to my ears.
Well,
by your command.
It was science that I was trying to get him, to start with, like before jumping into
cult.
No, before jumping into all this, mass attracting mass horse shit, right? Just what's the easiest way to check if you live on a ball or a plane? Because that's the main point in question, period. And then everything else follows one of those two premises.
Oh, look what Dickhead's saying now. Oh, you kicked me for fear. I'm like, no, I kicked you for being a dickwad. I kicked you for being a dickwad. Okay? You could have not been a dickwad. You don't have to make up fucking words and shit. Just say what the fuck's you got to say. All right? Nobody buys the fucking Cavendish shit. We already know the mass attracting mass is crap. Okay?
What does that have to do with anything unless he believes we live on a globe? That's all I wanted. So you're trying to explain the globe model to us.
Yeah, we didn't ever know the globe model before, right?
That's the whole relevance of that. Otherwise, it has no, direct relevance on what we're talking about.
No, in fact, the whole thing of the show was on the distance to celestial objects, primarily the sun.
Right.
Well, that's very easily explained through this Cavendish experiment and dropsity.
Some guy in the 1700s hung a couple of fucking balls up in a shed and watched them with binoculars from a window so that his body wouldn't affect the fucking balls, the mass of his body and shit. He was worried that was gonna work.
I think he was just playing with some balls in the shed.
I think all these guys love to play with balls in the shed. That's what they do, man. They're in love with balls. Check
and
this
I would
out.
seriously
if there's 93 million miles, watch this fucking shit. It's only 25 seconds. Watch.
Oh, 93 million miles, and it's right behind the clouds.
Infrared.
Oops. Damn that technology.
That's a cool video, man.
That's fucking crazy. So it's 93 million miles. So the clouds must be about that far too then.
Dude, that was a serious case of the dropsities.
No, it was droppity.
All right, guys, it's about 12:30, so I'm gonna have to get off here.
You're gonna dropsity out?
I'm dropsitying out. It's droppity. Yeah, I'm dropping out.
You're gonna go droppity.
I'm gonna go droppity.
Who makes
thanks for having me on
in the pool in the mornings?
Do what pool?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Dad. I'll see you later, Nubs. All right, I'll have a show here within the next couple of days. I just moved into a new place, so good. So, all right. You guys have a good one, and thank you everybody for watching. Don't forget to like.
All right. Yeah, it's like I'm like I can't with these guys anymore, And I've gotten to the point where my patience has gotten extremely thin.
Well, I don't think it's that your patience has gotten thin. I think what I'm seeing, at least, and if you're interested in some external perspective, I don't want to give it if you're not willing to receive it. So what I think I see you doing is you realized what is correct versus what is not correct, and you your message of the correct message is so very strong that when somebody offers you an opinion without any kind of backing except for dropsity and lasers and gravity, you just see through the bullshit. And you're like, yeah, okay, so you're hanging on a cliff. By the way, there's a cliff there. Okay, yeah, you're gonna jump. Go ahead.
Well, I don't like that when there's when, and I see him as very obvious attempts at manipulating, some shit, trying to willingness to try and be deceitful. And it just pisses me off. And so when I start hearing it's like my mind just shuts down as soon as I start hearing bullshit, especially when it's like, first year bullshit about Cavendish experiments and shit. Dude, that's so fucking lame. Catch the fuck up. Nobody uses Cavendish anymore. Nobody uses that anymore as an argument for any fucking thing because it's been beat the hell up so many times. That's the best you can do in the 21st century. That's the best you can do.
I think if he were to come up and if we established that we had to stay within provable facts and words that have predetermined definitions, I think we might be able to have a conversation with him.
Yeah. If a frog had wings, he wouldn't bump his ass every time he jumped too. So there's always that big if that's involved there.
Hey, I'm giving him the benefit of the balls. I mean the doubt. For the doubt in his balls. Something along those lines.
This asshole on Twitter, he put up this thing and he said, I took this with my such and such a telescope and it was some planet, right? And it was so fake. And I was like, yeah, sure. Okay. So I posted this and I said, I took this from my front room with my Galaxy S9 phone. And that's not a lie because I did. I went on the fucking search and looked for Alderaan, Princess Leia's home planet. And there I found a picture of it. And so I took it. And so there it is. And it took him 2 hours and he ran it through a fucking one of those image things, where you can see if it's from somewhere else or whatever, image forensics or whatever. I mean, the total satire went over his head. That's another thing that's wrong with these fucking idiots. They have absolutely no sense of humor whatsoever. This is why their memes always suck. Their insults suck.
Dude,
and
when you're ran by penguins, I mean, come on now.
I mean, check it out. I mean, it's like you really had to go and look to see that was a picture from fucking Star Wars. Really? You actually thought that I was gonna, you thought that I thought you were gonna believe that I used my Samsung Galaxy S9 and took this clear ass picture of a fucking planet. Really? And so then he posted the results of his forensic findings. And I just laughed. I was just like, what do you do with that? Of course I'm gonna laugh. I mean, this guy actually took that serious.
It would have been hilarious if he would have pointed out that it was like Earth. Like inconclusive, but we think it's Earth.
Oh, it's that weed planet that NASA found here not long ago, I guess. It's a planet made out of weed. That's what they said.
Wait, I have faith in NASA now.
Yeah, right?
If NASA's on board for the fucking Shiva.
They gotta be, man.
No, dude, I was listening to I know I've mentioned his channel on yours a couple of times, but that Curry Mayo, he was reading this book today. Oh my God, dude, it was connecting so many different fucking places and like India. One of the very first rulers of India was King Maya from overseas. I wonder where he was from.
I don't know.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
it was really, really an interesting book. And
I got this guy up, man. He's our friend.
Mr. Penguins.
No, man, you know this guy.
Oh, he's my favorite.
But we technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. But going to Mars should be one of the next.
I wonder how many millions of dollars we paid for that CGI.
Be going back to the moon for a number of technical reasons and exploration reasons, and then after that, Mars.
There's that Mylar.
High orbit in Venus atmosphere, maybe going to Europa. There's all kinds of targets.
Can I get proof that these places exist
in our solar system? The only limit to human future is in our own imagination.
So
did you hear what he just said?
Yeah, man.
The only limit is our imagination. Get out of your imagination, brothers.
That's what they do. Was that a Talcott impersonation? Sounded like that. I haven't
never do that. He's my hero.
I haven't watched him in a while, man.
Not missing much.
Well, I mean, every time I've been on, went to go over there, that fucking loudmouth fucker shows up, and it's like, oh, there goes that show.
Oh, he's good stuff.
You know,
he's a loudmouth motherfucker, but that dude, he's taught me a lot of shit.
Yeah, I'd want to know anything from him.
No, that's fair enough. I can appreciate that. I mean, I'll agree to disagree on this one. Nevertheless, my love and passion for Talcott.
No, not
remains.
Talcott. Not Talcott.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah, you don't have to. I mean, we can definitely like different people. I'm okay with that, and still be able to like each other. I'm okay with that. I don't have to like everything about an individual. In fact, there's some things that I don't like about that individual. Nevertheless, overall, I have no problem with them. You know, so that's where I'm going to always stand until I do. And I'm not looking for one, so.
So, you know, this guy on Twitter kept posting this fucking painting, artist rendition from infrared data of a nebula on Twitter.
Nebula.
And he said, oh, that's look here, there's proof of gases in a vacuum. I said, that's not proof of anything other than goddamn oil on canvas. That's what that's proof of. Fucking idiot, I swear to God. But look, this is how they get you. And like you were saying, with imagination.
We've all been looking at them in awe, gushing over them. Truly dazzling.
Look at this thing.
Truly
Beautiful.
dazzling.
First image of the so-called cartwheel galaxy. Now the scientists are saying they're even better than what they had hoped.
Cartwheel.
Yeah, they knew they would be good. They just did not know that they would be this good.
Each one is better than the last.
Even if we're not
goodness.
we understand what these gorgeous Webb telescope images are actually showing.
You can't see infrared. Okay. But the color you would see if your eyes could see infrared. So it's
so if you could do it, but you can't, so you can't, so you won't.
Painting. I mean, it looks like abstract artwork.
It looked like a painting with all the colors and dragon. And
how many times have I shown my artwork and it looked just like that?
This is an art piece, this thing. It almost looks like Star Wars.
It
when
does.
You watch it, it looks like it's something out of a science fiction film.
It looks absolutely unreal and animated.
Like R2-D2 coming out of the payload bay.
I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible.
It was almost like something out of a film or out of something that someone had created graphically.
These are cosmic sculptures.
With an untrained eye, this is a rat speck. Those aren't little dots of light in the sky. Those are real bodies. They're interesting places out there.
It's real. It's real. You hear that, Sovereign? It's real.
It's real. Believe it.
Real. That shows you.
It's so real it looks fake. And it's so fake it looks real.
No, it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
Yep. Yep. See, even he agrees with me.
Compliment NASA on the orbiter model that they got for us to take these pictures.
The orbitable model.
this thing really does have a Star Wars effect. More Star Warsy than Star Wars, I think. And no, it is not a model. We saw it with our own eyes, and that's what it was. It
feels very, very real.
No, not a model.
That capsule waiting for launch. We're just running our procedures.
You could almost, trick us.
Say that we were in the simulator and it wasn't real.
No, we knew that it wasn't a simulator anymore. This is the real thing.
Simulations seem as real as the mission.
I promise we are not playing a trick on you. This is real. It is science. It is
real. It's science-y.
They're real.
Moving 6 times faster.
It defies dropsity.
In the real world.
Accused of doing this in a hangar someplace in Texas, and so that last sequence with the disc was our proof that this was on board the orbiter and in a micro-G environment.
Actual position that the body kinds of.
Well, that's not proof of anything except for a plane.
And that's real. Space is.
That guy's a fucking demon.
You can convince yourself that you see what's in these galaxies.
So I think there's a good bridge here to make between science and art.
Transform into something real.
The views of our blue marble in the blackness of space, now capturing.
So, Sovereign, I have an idea.
Now capturing the imagination of a new generation.
Imagination.
Captures people's imagination. It's just
I'm going to use my imagination and I'm going to paint you up a really nice nebula. And you can post it on YouTube or Facebook or wherever, Face Chicken, however you do it. And we'll have an image search of guess which nebula this is that you took with your DSLR.
There you go.
598.
Listen, there's like every one of them's like, it's so unbelievable. It's so unbelievable. It's so unbelievable.
your head around. A little unbelievable to me.
This is a new era of
unbelievable. That's where they took Shatner.
Oh, my favorite. There's my guy. Hitler himself.
Will become reality.
No.
Crossroads. Believing this is real. We're gonna go.
Just flipped upside down and turned backwards. That's all you got to do.
They're now on the cusp of doing the seemingly impossible.
All these space agencies saying this will never be done. It's not possible to land the first stage, and they did it.
Smart people figured out how to make all that work, and that's amazing.
Smart people.
Our country know how to do that.
Pigeon peckers.
Becomes possible.
He's so shifty. Both of those two are so shifty. Their necks aren't even straight.
Truly remarkable. Truly remarkable.
No aerodynamic or aerothermal test facility can recreate the conditions that we will see.
Something that could never be accomplished in a laboratory here on Earth.
Power is.
I thought that was the scientific method.
1/20 billionth the amount of power required to power my digital watch.
The accuracy required to reach this remote planet has been compared to a golfer sinking a putt 1,000 miles away.
It's kind of incredible to think that.
Was that a copy of Asteroid 2.0?
I think so.
That's what it looked like to me.
You do all that stuff, and then it comes.
Look at
back
that stupid looking thing.
It's like an airplane. Unbelievable. I don't know where we got all the people that knew how to make that work, but we do.
Why do they got to make it look like a hot rod?
Their faces, it was amazing.
You see people more excited, like freaked out, excited, like look.
See, that's the big thing too, is they always have a bunch of people screaming and cheering and hugging each other and all
like
happy,
they did something.
Tears and shit. Yeah, it's just a fucking joke.
I was in charge of the shit monitor the whole time.
Look at that. Now, who really acts like that?
Mr. Penguin.
I mean, really, for real, who the fuck really?
I could see Mr. Penguin up there, ZX
Look
or
at that.
XZ. He'd be jumping. He'd be like, "Holy shit! I came out of my mom's basement for once in the first 6 years. It's been a while, but I was jumping up and down. Look at me! I'm at space camp."
No doubt, man. I mean, that's just a joke. I mean, the stuff that they pass off on us. Is this the one? Is this the shit that came from? Is this the
Oh, I mean, honestly, if you think about it, there's a lot of similarities between, and that's honestly why I come to your show and also go over to Paul's show, is there's a lot of similarities. There's a lot of crossover. I mean, what's right is right. And if they're lying about something, That's wrong.
Use the magical.
There's
You
that
know,
thing. I found that thing about the fucking balloons, man.
Up and away in our beautiful balloon.
They wouldn't use the magical floating satellites if they could. It's that they
A
don't.
magical floating folly of the balloon.
They have been sending these up one at a time since it all began. I will allow them to explain it.
It's also the genesis for NASA's newly developed super pressure balloon.
Oh, super pressure balloon. They must use Mylar.
We have absolutely stable altitude, day and night. And it doesn't matter how cold it is.
If mass attracts mass, ZX, then why doesn't the mass of that balloon attract back to the Earth?
The atmosphere is. They are sealed.
So your shape is always
Dropsity. Come on now. You know the answer to that. It's dropsity, lasers, and gravity.
NASA's been using balloons for science research for over 30 years. The exploration that can be done on balloons is continuing to grow.
It's me and you up on the
Look at
panel.
Look at that.
160 feet
We're not seeing what you're seeing.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Fuck. Wow. Could have said something like a little while ago.
I thought you were pulling it up, and then you were like, look at that. And that's when I realized you didn't know.
All right. We got it. We pride ourselves on our, well, in a minute here, as soon as the fucking thing comes up on the screen.
Look at that thing. It's so real it looks fake.
There it is. Damn. There we go.
They wouldn't use the magical floating satellites.
Well, wait a second. Aren't they putting gas in a contained? Why would they need to even do that?
Now, wait a second. You have to understand the more that gas in that balloon, there's mass.
Yeah, I know.
All right. So why isn't that mass being attracted by the mass of the Earth?
One at a time since it all began. I will allow.
I think it's just a bunch of hot air, man.
For NASA's newly developed super pressure balloon.
The reason for super pressure balloon is they have absolutely stable altitude.
Wait a second. Those
look how big they are.
They are sealed.
They're at the wrong angle, though. If the sun is 93 million miles away, why are they almost horizontal with collection of the sun?
Been using balloons for science.
I don't know. Let's wait and talk over it when it's done.
The exploration that can be done on balloons is continuing to grow. Standard balloon that I fly is about 660 feet long when it's made.
So let me get this straight.
God
It is
damn.
now public knowledge that they send up satellites on massive helium-filled balloons. As you should know, NASA is the largest consumer of helium in the world, for obvious reasons. But the issue with society is that they never critically think. Just think for a second here.
Jesus Christ, look at that.
These are sent up to provide the world with all of the important information we need. And I'm sure the entire process is expensive and difficult to accomplish. Then please explain to me, what in the flat world do these pathetic animations do for you? Do they make you happy inside? Are they so super duper cool that you cannot see past the obvious CGI? The fact of the matter is everything NASA sends up on a balloon simply hovers above our motionless Earth. That is why they rarely speak about orbiting satellites. And of course, they never show footage. Here is some footage of a random evening with a man, the moon, and his Nikon P900. Notice anything floating up there?
Forget it, Bart. It's so bright out you can't see anything in the sky except the Fox satellite.
So yeah, it's I mean, that would be, if you can do that, that's a hell of a lot less expensive than trying to send it out into space and park it up into orbit and shit, right? Never to get it back. And they have retrieval crews, you know?
What my question is why are they putting them up like that? Wouldn't you think that they would just figure out a way to put a crew up on the containment method and just hang it. You know, much like a grow light or something like that. I mean, you would have to turn the satellite or the solar downward. But you get what I'm saying? You grab an ice drill and
those panels don't have to be directly facing the sun either. I've had solar panels at my house, and the sun changes throughout the year,
right?
So, you know, so and
they're more efficient though.
As soon as there's that light from the sun,
right?
That positive electric energy from the sun, then they register. But you know what doesn't register or pick up any voltage? Moonlight. Which, if it were a reflection of sunlight, it should.
Yep.
It doesn't.
Yep. It doesn't. And it is measurable.
So you don't get any. And you don't get any voltage out of that at all.
Do you get drainage? Just out of curiosity.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because they don't store. Okay. They go into a battery.
Right.
They go into a battery, but no, it doesn't draw anything off the battery.
I wonder if it was not on a battery, if you could test to see if it would drop, because that would make a lot of sense if the sun is the positive and the moon would be the draw or the negative terminal.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like, we could break the whole system with our discovery here. It's like dropsity.
Like dropity. No, listen, you keep talking about this fucking stupid Cavendish bullshit. Now, here's why the Cavendish experiment is bullshit. If this works with two balls within proximity of each other, we would see this happening all over the fucking place with various different objects. Wind chimes would start fucking collecting together. Okay. Instead of just hanging from their strings like they do, right? You would see this evident all the time, but we don't. That's why I made the joke about my Jeep being a foot closer toward the mountains every morning, because of the mass of the mountains, you know? I mean, that's just the most ridiculous, stupid shit ever. That's really not proving anything. You say it's mass attracting mass, but you don't have any proof of that's what's occurring, or that anything's occurring. Really? Drop shitty. That's what Isaiah says. Penguins.
Isaiah, you are a smart man.
But see, this is the thing what people don't understand, because we're up here doing serious fucking science. We're doing serious science up here.
Space station is a serious place.
That's what they play when they send the poo out every 2 weeks from their space toilet.
We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. On solid fuel pipes, heated lives. We're leaving Earth today.
Where do they store all this shit?
In the Dropsity department.
In the Dropsity department.
Space station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research.
Today I want to demonstrate what happens when you cry in space, because I cry all the time. Take this ball of water here, and I'm going to put it on my
Isn't that going to cause the ISS to crash if it gets into the sensors?
Well, no, they have like special water gravity that they use. Some fucking parallax gravitation.
Oh, gotcha.
I gotta wipe it off.
That keeps it nominal. As long as everything's nominal.
We're doing serious research, scientific research.
And see how science, all that we're doing up here?
That was some cool sciencey stuff.
It is.
I want to do science.
This looks like fun, putting on gorilla suits and jumping around and shit. It's awesome, man. I don't know why we don't have more of that. We should, though. We absolutely should.
Absolutely. Let's have more monkeys and gorillas that are crying in space.
Gorillas crying in space. We need that. That's very scientific too. Studying the emotional responses of primates in zero gravity. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they're doing. That's what they're going to be doing.
We could also test the effects of hydrophobic sprays on things, and then see if water moves away from him when Dropsody interacts with it.
Well, we have to keep the dropity factor down at least just a little bit. Let's see, is it? I'm looking here. I had a good one I was going to put up.
I mean, if we're going to start making up words, I need to come up with some.
Oh, this was crazy. This is a little bit off topic, but just kind of goes along the lines of we don't know what the fuck. So this is apparently somebody on a cruise ship. And check this thing out, man. It comes up by the boat. Let me stop screen, share screen, that up. There we go. All right, check this thing out. This, I don't know. This would scare the fuck out of me, man.
Can't see it. Can't see it. Oh, now I can.
Whatever the hell that is huge, man.
That looks like an Inglopsinus. That's a word I just made up.
It's a what?
It looks like an Inglobulus.
An Inglobulus, yeah.
Yes, that's a word I just made up because I figured anything else would trigger you.
You formulated a word, dude.
Yes.
I love it. Is this the Go Fast? I think this is the Go Fast rocket.
On the 14th, it's what? Takes off in Nevada, goes up. Oh, there's the sun.
I can't see anything, but I might be.
I know. I was looking to see it. I wanted to see it. I don't think I'm in the
Go Fast.
Probably. Oh, this guy was a trip. This is what I tell them. This is when I get asked by cops, where are you going? Where are you coming from? This shit. I mean, I don't do it as stonedly as this guy, but this is funny as hell.
Where you coming from tonight? Oh, back that way. Yeah. Yeah, I was coming from back that way. No, where were you coming from back that way. Like where though? Where were you coming from? Back that way. From back there. Like so where were you before this? From the past. In the past I was back that way. And I'm headed just straight that way. So where you coming from tonight? Oh,
and they hate that shit so much. They hate that shit with a passion, and all you're doing is answering their fucking question.
Where are you going? Well, obviously that way. My car's pointed that direction. You know what the fuck? Jesus. You know, what more do you want? Why do you care where I was at? Chances are you don't know anybody that I was there at. And Inglobulus. There's a good one. That is not Inglobulus. I like it. I like it. Salute.
That is truly an Inglobulus.
An Inglobulus. We need to see the pussy cup again. I mean, this is a NASA accomplishment so that these female astronauts don't have as much trouble drinking their liquids in space.
Is there proof that they are actually females?
Well, this one, I went by they, them earlier. So I showed this already once, but there's people who probably haven't seen this yet. So this isn't long, but this is a cup that was designed to drink in zero gravity. You ready?
Oh, love it.
What's that look like? What we got going on?
I need a space cup.
I don't know.
Space cup and a Friday night.
That's an interesting.
It really looks like she's
a squirter.
She's a squirter, and he's not very large.
Look at that! Look at that! She's looking at it. She's ready. Now wait till she drink. You drink from the clitoris.
Oh yeah, that's how I do it. She loves it.
She loves it. She can't get enough of that. Vaginal cup juice is what she's digging on in that regard right there. So that's a good stuff, man.
Do they use that? Do they use that while using the bathroom at the same time for like the full? You know, that way the vacuum pressure sucks it from one side through.
Well, you know, they recycle their pee into drinking water.
That's what I'm saying. Like it just creates the loop right there.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, keeps the water in the watershed.
Well, it seems to work out pretty good. Did you all see the guy get his ass kicked in the convenience store? This was pretty interesting. So, you know, they've made it so that you can't, like, these people are just emboldened where they're going into stores and just helping themselves to shit and just stealing everything.
Yeah, we made that really popular here in Minnesota.
You spelled it wrong, ZX. It's not faux-simulate, it's for-simulate. Jeez.
Like foreskin?
Right, exactly.
And your balls?
And the balls. So watch this. This guy, he's filling a garbage can. He's stealing so much shit from behind. He's like in a 7-Eleven or some crap like that. And he's stealing so much shit from the cigarettes. He's filling up a garbage can. Just watch this. This is fucked.
Hey, why are you stealing everything? Why are you stealing everything? I put my strap on your bitch ass. Why are you stealing everything? Why are you stealing everything? Bitch ass nigga.
It's in swishers.
Hey, let me get a swisher though. Can I get a stripper? Hey, can I get a swisher? Let me get a swisher.
He's like, hey, hook me up, motherfucker.
Oh, just let him go. There's nothing you can do. But it's nothing you can do. It's like they're not gonna do nothing. You just have to you
just have to accept it.
You have insurance? What? Did you have insurance? No, it hurts me. God damn. Ain't nothing you can do there. There's nothing you can do, man, until you call police. Ain't nothing you can do, man, until police come in. Hey, don't. Hey, ain't nothing you can do, man. Don't do that. Don't do that, man. Don't do that.
Hodgie's had enough of your shit, man.
Even getting hit on the bottom of the foot like that shit hurts.
Whooping his ass down. That's called whooping your ass. That's called whooping your ass.
He continued on too. There was a longer cut of that. It was they finally got up and got out of the store.
All these people are always talking about inflation and everything like that. I wonder if the insurance goes up when a store gets robbed 17 times.
Probably
in a weekend.
I would imagine, yeah. It's just like your car insurance. If you live in a high traffic area, it's higher.
Right. So where's the inflation happening? I mean, because I kind of look at it as a business owner, where if I have to secure my product on your property, and I don't have the security of you taking care of it before it's installed, I'm going to charge you twice as much. That's inflation.
So did you see about that ABC reporter that bragged about debunking evidence of the elite pedophile ring, the Pizzagate thing? He pled guilty to child rape.
Oh, of course. Tell me that's not. How can you not tell that's not a fucking...
I know.
Does that guy have penguins as his avatar?
I don't know. No.
I'm just questioning.
We lost Pee Wee Herman. He died 70 years old. Paul Rubens.
Well, no more masturbating in public. And you wonder if that was actually legit, or were they just trying to rub him the wrong way, per se?
We got to take this time to reflect on all those we lost in the last 3 years.
Yes. Social justice warrior there.
That's some shit.
Did you see the climate change one where they were sitting in the middle of the road and the lady had enough and she just walked up to the girl and grabbed her by the fucking hair and dragged her ass off by hair?
Yeah. Listen, people get about sick and tired of this fucking bullshit, man.
Oh, shit, I gotta go to work in this slave society.
Who's that?
Oh, that's my favorite.
Goes, there's nothing on there because when he froze up, that was fucking hilarious. He was at a thing here the other day, I guess, and people were chanting for him to retire, and he couldn't get an edge in. He couldn't get a word in edgewise as he was trying to give whatever kind of a speech that he was going to give. He couldn't. They were just overpowering what he had to say. So this is kind of scary too. This is just some shit that they got out there, bro. That shit, man.
Shit, they've had this since Jackass and before.
But I mean, that's just completely nutsoid, man. That they've got. I mean, that's some realistic looking shit. How the hell are they doing that?
Well, fuck, the old man in Jackass looked real as hell. I would have thought he was a real old man out there busting moves on a fucking skateboard.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they threw it, and there again, throw it right in your face. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, didn't that character look a lot like Biden?
Yeah, he did. If I remember correctly, I think he did.
Yeah. I mean, as I'm looking back, because there was that one where they had him sitting on the bench with his balls hanging out and seeing if anybody did anything. Yeah.
Looking for a shower with his daughter.
That's fucked up. Check this shit out. This is kind of crazy. Considering the North.
Do you know what this place is? It's located in the center of the North Pole. And it's the center of the Earth magnetic field, known as the Taurus field. That black thing in the center of the whirlwind is the tallest mountain on Earth. far more taller than the Mount Everest. It's so tall that even it keeps reaching out the clouds. It's the Rupes Nigra, or the Black Rock, also known as Mount Meru. Some people also called it Mount Zion. You wouldn't find this massive mountain existence in mainstream science and media because it's deliberately concealed. Because if the world knew that there is such a huge mountain in the center of the earth, it would change the course of history. This includes the true nature of our world will be rewritten, and that will undo the globe-shaped earth theory and the entire timeline of the earth from the beginning, and they don't want that. Look how the wind stream passes through that mountain. It blocks the wind stream because of its height and size.
It's like watching a Tesla in a wind turbine.
Or the Black Rock described by Mercator as 33 French miles in size, or roughly 40 miles in diameter. It's purportedly explained why all compasses point to this location. The biggest shareholder of all the major companies in the world is BlackRock. It's named after this mountain.
Black Rock.
And throwing it in our face yet again.
That's pretty wild. I had never seen that footage there before. I thought that was kind of interesting. There you go. You'll like this one.
They attract me.
You know, I love my balls so much. I'm going to hang them up out in the shed and watch them through binoculars. Little voyeurism going on there.
That's really true. And can we really trust? I mean, don't get me wrong. The further back we go, the better the technology is. But nevertheless, the 1700s, to my knowledge, were not like the height of that. And can we really trust a set of binoculars from that time era with, I mean, like, I'd like to inspect those because they may have been like scratched or something.
Maybe. Dig this thing. Here's proof that NASA faked Artemis. And that was this last one, right? Nobody give a fuck. You know what I think is funny, Nubs? Check this out, right? So finally, at long last, the government is coming right out straight up in front of the fucking public and saying, yes, we know about UFOs and we have alien bodies and all this shit, right? Right? And nobody cares.
It's because we're fucking sheep.
Well, it's not just that. It's just like, I think they over-programmed it. It's like, hey, the aliens are here. People are seeing aliens. And people are like, huh, how about that? I think that's something. Like, it's like, what? I'm like going, okay, yeah, sure, you got aliens and shit. I've seen all these videos and you're showing all this stuff, and whistleblowers are being allowed to freely go out on other goddamn shows and talk about shit. They're going to try to tie this stuff together. This fucking bullshit right here, that we sent Artemis up there and they had warned us not to come back, and now they're pissed off and they're going to come here and eat our children or some shit.
Well, they're already eating the children. Look at the adrenochrome addictions.
Oh man, no, that's all just conspiracy theory now. Come on.
Oh yeah, I mean, in the world of movies.
Yeah, that's it.
And satire.
That's what we're talking about. That's it.
Fake proof.
So it's hailing. It's hailing where Jehovah's daughter Barbara is at. Barbara, be careful. I hope it's not big hail. I saw some hail one time. The rocks were about that big, and I lived in Michigan, and these hailstones came down. They were about this big. I was a kid, and I went outside. I remember I collected up a couple of them, and I put each one of them into a sandwich bag, and I kept them in the freezer. But they still dissolved. They still melted. They still ended up melting, just getting smaller and smaller over time. I guess through just really slow evaporation happens with ice. It's crazy. Anyway,
they probably had a higher oxygen content.
Maybe I don't know, but it was really crazy because I remember I was going to take one. My mom said, "What are you going to do with that?" And I told her I was going to take it and throw it at this kid. And she said, "No, not to do that because I could hurt him." And I was like, "I know, I want to hurt him." And
that's the point.
Yeah, I know, right? That's why I was grateful that God gave me an ice ball to throw at that son of a bitch. So, you know, I looked at it that way. My mom had other ideas about it. So,
well, if you think about it, that ice ball represents a lot more, because if in fact it did have more oxygen, then the oxygen was not just evaporated out or removed out, but it also displaced and went across the whole ice box. And then once you opened it up,
at the level that it would have formed to become hail, it would have been a much lower oxygen content. So we'd probably be looking at other gases involved there. But you might be onto something with that.
It could be other gases, yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, most likely, because oxygen it gets rarer. It's a denser molecule.
Well, you know, with NASA putting up all the balloons of helium, the displacement of oxygen, I mean, that's got to be pushed down in this system of, you know, confinement.
You know, it's their made up story. They can do whatever they want in it, you know.
I got that good stuff that you want.
Image supposedly from NASA on Artemis going to the moon. And you can see that the direction of the sun and the shadows are a little bit off. They're not quite exactly where they should be compared to where it is on the Earth. On the Earth, it's straight up. But here it's at a slight angle. There shouldn't be no shadow right there. It's a little bit off. It's pretty close, but that's not the real problem with this image. The real problem is that it's fake. If we go into the layers and adjust the exposure, you're going to see that these images were pasted onto a black background. That is the way an image looks when it's fake. We'll be looking at some other images that are real, and you'll see what happens when they're overexposed. This is not what happens. Those are pasted in. It's fake. Nighttime photo, you got black sky, you got, this glare from these lights on the camera lens. So let's see what happens when you overexpose something like this that's real. What happens when we overexpose this? That's what happens, my friends. That's a real image. It's not fake. When you overexpose it, that's what happens. See what it does when you overexpose it. You see what happens to a real image? Those are pasted in. It's fake.
It's out of coincidence.
Find more shit on TikTok than you can even imagine. It's not as heavily censored as what we see on these other platforms.
Well, it's not censored for us, but for the Chinese, it's very, very censored, from my understanding.
In what way?
Like,
certainly
they're not allowed.
With the flat Earth shit, as far as stuff about the elite and their propensity for young ones, that shit is like all over the place on there. Whereas that shit'll get you shut down on YouTube, or I don't know. TikTok's got a lot of shit now too.
I wonder why. I wonder if anybody over there is involved, allegedly.
Oh, are you kidding me? You don't think, yeah, there's some big people. Why do you think they haven't released that list? Why do you think they haven't released that list? We got somebody in jail for child trafficking, and they have a list of her clients, and no one knows who's on that list. We're not allowed to see who's on that list. Nobody's been arrested from off of that list. You got to be shitting me, man. Come on.
Well, isn't secrets repugnant in a free and open society?
Democratic society. Yeah. That's what they say. That guy was as far in as the rest of them are. You know, I mean, I'm sorry.
They're all a bunch of family.
We have this. You have to be careful, and this is what I find suspicious, is when they over deify somebody. Okay, so you ask most people, how many presidents have been assassinated? How many do you think have been assassinated?
There's 3 to my understanding.
4.
And 4 attempts.
No, there was 4. 4
There was 4?
assassinations. Yep. But we only hear about 2 of them.
Well, you have Lincoln, you have Kennedy.
Right. Those are the ones you always hear about. You don't hear about Chester Arthur.
Yep. Arthur,
Right.
and then wasn't it Van Buren had an assassination attempt, but they didn't.
Jackson had assassination.
Oh, it was Jackson. That's right.
Jackson did. I know that. But anyway, you hear they've apothecated these 2. And this is why, again, with methinks the lady doth protest too much. They've gone above and aboard to deify these people. Okay?
Right.
Whereas had they not been assassinated, they probably would not be revered in the manner in which they're revered today.
They would have been obscure moments in history.
Well, maybe not obscure. I mean, Lincoln was president during a heavy-duty conflict of the nation. In fact, he was the cause of it. And, of course, we had some, I think the Bay of Pigs, that was in the Cuban Missile Crisis, that marked Kennedy's term. But they're really heavily deified. And this is how we know they were killed by the banks. Okay. Both of these presidents. And this is why there's this heavy deification on them. Big, huge monument in Washington, D.C. For Lincoln. This always portrayed as this stoic and wise person. And from accounts that I've read, he was very grating to be around and listen to. He had an awful body odor. He was even more ugly in person than he was in his photographs because he had a greenish yellow complexion.
I heard he had a swarty complexion because of his Melungeon background.
Yeah, he did. He had dark features, swarthy features, but his skin had a yellowish, like olive tint to it.
That isn't that a Melungeon trait, though?
I think it's part of the Marfan's disease he had, man.
Oh, okay. That's why he's on the pen, because he represents.
There was a story of a young Washington Post reporter who went to do an interview with Lincoln. And he was waiting there in the foyer, and Lincoln came down from the living quarters wearing just a nightcap and a tattered yellow nightshirt. And this reporter saw him and screamed and ran out of the White House thinking he saw a ghoul or something. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. Now, my grandfather actually saw Abraham Lincoln, but he was long dead when my grandfather saw him. He was there when they exhumed Lincoln to move his grave, and they opened the body, opened the casket, and he was like still totally preserved, but he was kind of like black. But I mean, it's no doubt. I mean, they took that body on a tour through the United States for people to mourn him. and it lasted like weeks. And this is in 1865. Are you shitting me? What kind of embalming techniques did they have? They had to totally pickled that motherfucker in order to do that.
Man, I tell you, like, don't get me wrong. I understand that history is what history does. But when you start looking into the narrative and everything like that, and you look into that 1800s era, dude, I grew up in an 1800s era house, and there was shit in that house that was just weird. Like, it didn't make any sense. Like the fireplace that you couldn't burn anything in it.
Right. Yeah. Radium. That's what they were using, was radium.
Right. And I know that now. It's too, and like I was talking to my dad about it, because he could never understand, you know, like all the components were there, except it wasn't deep enough. And where the ash would have fallen, it would have burned the fucking house down. And there was some stuff that was like the radium, the pieces were still there, but they weren't connected. And he could never figure out what the whole process was. And I saw a video on it and I sent it to him, and he's like, holy shit, that makes so much sense. And he went through, because we moved in and we gutted the place.
Oh, wow.
And we brought it back. Well, we as in like I was living there. I hung some drywall, but we brought it back to a Victorian era home with modern amenities.
Oh, okay.
So modern drywall, et cetera, et cetera.
So,
so we were involved. Like I did a lot of polishing on, you know, like the stairways and stuff like that. That sucked. But very, very interesting things. One of the things that we found in the basement is the backside of the house. The basement was made out of like these white brick. But when my dad was doing some maintenance, it looked like regular brick, but they weren't. They weren't mortared in. They were just stacked.
We'll have to talk about that when we have I'm going to do a show about that shit, about the old energy grid and the old buildings.
What it was is it was like invitations and like seating arrangements and stuff like that. It was an old way that they used to print, and just recycled the block because they needed something to support the backside of the house, because at one point in time it was caving in. So they used what they had available, but we had hundreds of these things, like weird shit just on these printing press blocks. Yeah. But yeah, I'll definitely, whenever you do that, I'll definitely chat.
Yeah, definitely have some pictures of those too. That would be cool as shit if you have any.
I doubt if I have any.
Are you familiar with the Parker Solar Probe?
Is that the one where they are killing all the birds with a light?
No. This was a probe. It was launched from on August 18th of 2018, and they were using it to study the sun up close and better understand how it could affect life and technology on our planet. So this just here, I'll show you. This is fucking crazy. This guy asked some good questions too.
All right, guys, question for y'all. Do you believe this story is true? I mean, come on. NASA flew a car-sized satellite up to the sun. First off, right off the bat, the picture's fake, obviously.
Yep.
You know, they didn't have a selfie stick on this thing, so it could get a picture of itself in the sun. And also, it's still 5.8 million miles away, supposedly, from the sun. So that means it's traveled 87 million miles since 2018. Do you guys believe that? It goes 365,000 miles an hour. What? I mean, are you kidding me? Look at it. Obviously, first of all, the picture's fake once again, but wouldn't it need to be sleek to go that fast without breaking apart? Yeah, I would think so. But I guess aerodynamics don't matter because there's no resistance in space.
There you go, no resistance.
And there's no gravity, right? Except for when they have to use Venus's gravity, apparently, in order to do a thing. Which actually leads me to another question. If there's zero gravity at the International Space Station, how come this thing can be affected by Venus's gravity? How come the International Space Station is not affected by Earth's gravity when it's really close? Right? Relatively speaking. This stuff is such garbage. Isn't the sun supposed to be hot? Isn't that what they say? How come this thing's not melting? The sun's really hot. How come it's really cold in outer space? Supposedly. And if the sun is really hot, and the closer you get to it, the hotter it gets, how come when you go to the tops of mountains, there's snow up there? Wouldn't it be hotter up there? And because heat rises too? Just asking. And also, how did they get a signal back from this thing when it's 87 million
There's
miles
my
away?
question.
That's pretty far, right? Did you ever go just a little ways out of the city and all of a sudden all the bars on your phone drop? Like because you're just a little bit away from the cell phone towers? Isn't that strange? And yet they can get a signal 87 million miles away. Which leads me to another question. So supposedly the sun is 93 million miles away. And yet it's exact same size as the moon, which is really close, relatively speaking. That's weird, right? That they're the exact same size. That's why you can have like an eclipse. Eclipse works. That's a thing, right? It's strange. I think it's strange. Maybe it's not really 93 million miles away. Because how would they know that? Oh, because they know how big it is? Well, how do they know how big it is? Because they know how far away it is? How do they know how far away it is? Because they know how big it is? How did they know either of those two things without knowing one of them first off? This is make-believe.
Exactly. That's exactly.
As far as your imagination will take you.
It's all fucking imagination. Now, some of that shit, of course, I could go from the Globe side and whack on a couple of the things that he said on that. But I'm like, wait a second. Yeah, that 87 million miles of fucking sending data and transmitting. And we know what happens with what do solar flares and solar energy actually do to radio waves? It fucks them up.
They improve them. No, it helps them. They ride the backs of the radio waves.
Yeah, sure they do.
It works because there's no pressure.
There's no pressure.
Yeah, it's just a vacuum.
I'm trying to see something here.
Yeah, just a vacuum.
Oh, sorry for that. Oh, this was pretty harsh. I'm going to go ahead and put it up, though. I thought that was pretty right to the point. Right? So I'm just saying it makes sense to me.
Well, you heard about that march a while back. We're here. We're coming for your.
Yeah, we're coming for your children, coming for your kids. Yeah,
that's disturbing.
It's extremely disturbing.
But it's all been done before.
But it's like they don't care if you know. I mean, so what's that mean? That they are?
I think they might care if I knew.
They seem very confident in their agenda, is what that tells me.
Well, it's because they're backed by the extra White House.
I don't know what they're backed by, but this is it doesn't make sense. It doesn't really make sense. I mean, it's like it's almost like this. Well, and I think it is. It's being done on purpose to enrage people. They want to piss people off. You know, it's evident that they want to piss people off.
Order out of chaos.
Yeah, exactly. Is this the one I thought?
And the only way that you can order chaos is when you create it yourself.
Well, yeah, and it's like, look. I wish I could find that meme. There's one I had. It had this king standing up on his top of his castle there, and there's a crowd out in front of him, and it's the villagers and shit, and they got pitchforks and they got torches, right? And his little sneaky advisor standing there next to him, and he says, "You don't have to fight them, sir. All you have to do is convince the pitchfork people that the torch people want to take their pitchforks."
Yep.
And it was like, oh my God, yes, that's exactly the type of shit that they do. I mean, every time.
Well, that's why whenever those political conversations come up, I always just tell them to shoot the fucking bird.
If you thought that this was how...
Let me see something here.
Because the bird controls both the left and the right wing. That's how it flies.
What bird is the word, bro?
Ah.
Bird. The bird is the word. Bird. Oh my God. Oh, we're starting to get I got a nice little buzz happening here. Oh yeah. Yeah, I showed that last week, but it's still pretty cool. Oh, this is great too. Here's the dress rehearsal. Let me pause this first. This was the dress rehearsal for the Apollo mission. CBS News. This was CBS News. Let me stop that. Go here. This was CBS News. You're going to love this.
The world from space.
Wait.
Apollo 10.
Can you all hear that?
A world from space.
It's not very loud, but anyway.
The world from space. To Apollo 10, a globe of jewels set against a background of black velvet and the stars. Man draws light from the sun, but he venerates the moon. 250,000 miles away, to poets, the unattainable woman. But now she's within the reach of man, and the only astronauts to see her saw her as dirty beach sand with a lot of footprints on it. So this dress rehearsal, the final step before man realizes the impossible, a dream as old as man himself, to reach the unreachable star.
It is obviously reachable because the camera crew was already there. So.
Oh fuck yeah! This must be when they put the camera guy up there.
I want to know who operated the sheet.
Correspondent Walter Cronkite. Good evening. Every time there is another Apollo mission, we say that it is the most demanding yet, because every time there's another Apollo mission, that happens to be true. Each mission is planned as another step toward the ultimate goal of landing a man on the moon. To those on the outside, each mission is an heroic adventure, demanding man's courage and his curiosity. And that happens to be true too. But like all great adventures, each mission counts on scientific techniques and complicated hardware. Apollo 10, counting down tonight for a launch on Sunday afternoon, marks the first time that the complete Apollo spacecraft will operate around the moon. The mission is going to go like this. At launch, Sunday afternoon. 15-mile orbit around the Earth. On the second orbit, over on the far side from where I am, over the Pacific Ocean, the third stage of the great Saturn rocket will propel it an extra 10,000 feet per second to a speed of 25,000 miles an hour to escape Earth's gravity. Now it's about 10,000 miles.
Ah, so Earth's gravity does affect it.
Draw the lunar excursion module from the third stage, and then they'll be on their own. On this long trip, 235,000 miles out to the moon. They'll reach there 3 days later, on Wednesday. They'll go into orbit 69 miles around the moon for 1 day. And then on Thursday, Tom Stafford and Eugene Cernan will climb out of the command module, leaving it, now called Charlie Brown, behind with John Young. They, in the lunar module called Snoopy, will circle the moon twice, and they'll come down within 10 miles.
The Dog Star?
Within 50,000 feet, over the landing site, where if all goes well on this mission, man will land on the moon in July. After two orbits of the moon, they will come back up 69 miles high and rejoin Charlie Brown, John Young, in the command module. And then, after another day of circling the moon, the Cerberus propulsion system engine will have to fire on Saturday to send them back on the way home. They'll come back this long trip back to Earth, come directly into the Earth's atmosphere at 25,000 miles an hour, and land just east of the American Samoan Islands, 400 miles east of Pago Pago. The Lunar Excursion Module is built by the Grumman Aircraft Engineering Corporation of Bethpage, Long Island, and Nelson Benton is there.
The lunar module is not as small.
Ooh, magic foil, everybody.
23 feet from the base of its straddle leg landing.
I like the gold mylar. It's a little bit better quality.
It's way better. It's way better foil.
Aerodynamics play no role in
The magic gold foil is the best.
when Stafford and Cernan take the LEM down to within 50,000 feet.
It was not that large when I saw it.
50,000 feet is only slightly higher than you might fly on a commercial jet flying from coast to coast. But flying above the moon is different. There must be protection from the extreme heat and from the extreme cold. That is why the reflecting blankets, as they are called, colorfully surround the lunar module. Engineers here at Grumman are interested specifically in how the landing radar performs on this, its first flight. But overall, they are interested in
Wouldn't that constant reflection cause problems for signals coming in?
of influence, the environment for which the rover was so painstakingly designed and built. Walter?
We'll look at the crew of Apollo 10 in a moment.
So here's what I remember seeing all that foil on that shit. And I remember, and then my mom would be making baked potatoes and wrapping them in foil. And I'm like, why do they have that foil on their fucking spaceship, man? And I said, oh, well, that's to protect them from the heat. And that made absolutely no fucking sense to me whatsoever, man. I was like, wait a second, man. They got that foil on a potato, cooks it, man. It helps cook the fucking potato. What are you talking about, man? So when you're trying to bake these people, or what's going on, man? Yeah, there you go. So Mr. Sidewinder's got he's looking. I'm still waiting for my space snorkel. Well, hang in there. It's probably on its way. They're probably about to send that for you.
If you think about it, though, Mylar works both directions. It pushes, it reflects the heat. So any heat that was in that capsule is then in turn trapped at like a 96, 97 percentile, and that's just the shit off the store. You know, so in other words, they really are baking them if by chance that this was actual and not bullshit like we all know it is. I mean, so even our speculation on the
real,
stupidity.
bro. That shit's real. What do you mean? What are you
Well,
talking
did
about?
you hear how the Earth's gravity affected the ship, but it doesn't affect the ISS the same?
Oh, I know. Well, it's because you just don't understand math, man.
Well, Walter Cronkite right there, he just explained everything. We're going to go around the moon like 5 or 6 times, and it's like 69 miles and 33 miles and, you know, all of these numbers. And, you know, and then we're going to come and we're going to hit just south of the Samoan Islands. Meanwhile, 90% of the American population has never heard of Greater Samoa.
Well,
and everybody went and got their encyclopedia and said, what the fuck is that?
Oh, good. That one finally finished. Let me see. I was after something here. God.
Anyways, I'm going to catch this last one here for me, and then I'm going to bounce. I got to go to bed. I got to be up for work tomorrow.
Yep. I'm going to be cutting her off here in just a minute myself. I'm looking for something in here, and hopefully I can find it. And then I'm going to shut it down. Oh, there's this one I'm going to have to take somewhere else. Oh, there's my little granddaughter. I'm looking at. Is this the one? Oh, no, that was the chem bomb. These things are. I have to put the icons big because I can't fucking hardly see these days. Man, I have a rough time.
Go get you some.
I got to go get new glasses. I just don't want to have to go. I have to go to Harrisonburg to do it. And it's like, I hate driving to Harrisonburg. It's only 35 miles, but I fucking hate people. I really do. I do. I'm sorry. I find human contact repulsive in a lot of senses because it's like, there's all these normie people out there that I'm like, God, if I maybe you know, like if I'm around them too long, I'll become retarded. You know, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
have you ever looked into the benefits of calendulum or pot marigolds?
I can say that I have. Marigolds, I've heard some shit about.
Well, it's pot marigolds that you're after. It's a different type of marigold. Look up some benefits of that, and then also look up some benefits of the black cumin seed. That's called black seed oil.
That's racist.
I know.
Black cumin seed. Why I got to be black, man? What's up?
Well, because it's not white.
But I knew this old guy. He when I was a kid, he was an old racist bastard too, boy. And he says, I just call them knots. And I said, what? Why do you call them that? And he says, because you're either white or you're not. I was like, oh, okay, well.
Oh, wow.
Kind of narrows it down a little bit there for you then, I guess. You know, fuck.
I got some of them McCoys in my family, and they're about as racist as you want.
Oh, Lord, yeah. Well, they've come a long way, the police and shit down here, because now if they pull over somebody that's black, they say, they go, all right, N-word. What are you doing in these parts? So they're not using the hard R. I got to say they're coming a hard way, you know, a long way with that. So that's good.
Well, doesn't the word have a hard R in it? So...
Well, not see, you gotta just be careful with how you say certain words, because people have been programmed to respond in a negative manner towards certain words that they've been programmed to as buzzwords. It's not real. It's all
that's why we have Dropsy.
So I was thinking on doing like a watch party one night of a classic silent film called Metropolis. Have you ever heard of it?
Sounds vaguely familiar.
I'll pull it up and I'll give you some clips out of it.
Are we going to be able to do like a Mystery Science Theater narration of it?
Yeah. So like here's it's really kind of an Orwellian style story. Okay. Yeah, it's Dropity. So with a D, I was using a T. Okay. So it's kind of the elite and the poor. It's domination over the poor, slavery. A lot of symbolism in this movie. For instance, just right here during this little part of the scene, let me pull this up real quick. This is interesting. So we see this factory and you see these people, how they work and shit. The temperature's going up. They got to just keep running this fucking machine. So this is that's this rich guy's son. He's never seen this shit before. And so he sees somebody get killed on the job. And they're more worried about, these people are getting hurt and dying. Nobody's helping them. And so it transforms into hell. He sees Moloch. Look.
Yep.
So this was really way far ahead of its time when it came out. And of course, it was a silent movie. I believe it was 1929, either 1929 or 1927. German movie by a guy named Fritz Lang. And of course, this has got the captions when they're, used, like they did in silent movies. But for the most part, there would be nothing but like music being played by a pianist or something during these scenes.
That's so fucked up.
Yeah, so he sees it for, he starts to see the beast for what it is. But it's I think it would be really cool to do like a watch party on this, because there's some cool symbolism even with the transhumanism. Check this thing out. This robot that this guy makes. See, there's some science. Some more science. Well, there's a whole bunch of science. Bubbling. Science of bubbling.
That's like Tommy science. He must be an illuminated one. Was that Iron Man?
No, it's this like robot broad, and he's putting consciousness into her. So this is really kind of an interesting. I mean, this is ahead of its time, 1927, 1929, something like that.
Yeah, it is.
So I was wondering, what do you think about doing something like that? Do a watch party?
I'm down.
I'll have to set that up.
Well, hey, man, I'm going to jump off. I will catch you later.
Let's see if I can find those workers.
The what?
Workers. They're on their way to. Oh, check this out! I didn't even realize this. Check this out. So this is right at the beginning. The year is 2026. A Dickensian best of times, worst of times, where total oppression and manipulation of the masses is wielded by the unquestionable power of the few. So this is actually depicted.
That's fucked up.
2 years from now, man, year and a half from now.
And what are they doing? They're bringing life into robots through AI.
But some of these visuals were, is this it right here? Oh, yeah. So they're on this elevator. I mean, for that early of time, the cinematography of this is just fantastic. I mean, look at that. Here they are going down the elevator beneath the city in the underground. And here they are off to their, it's like they're in these, and you see the guys coming off work. They're all just totally beat. These guys aren't really totally, they don't look real stoked.
Right.
Of course, who would? Metropolis and its stadium built for the sons of the chosen few. Then look at they're living the life of Riley. They're out there doing sports and playing and enjoying the sunshine and all that shit. No idea what's going on below them, though. See. So yeah, I think we'll do that. I think that'd be pretty good. We'll catch one and do a watch party. How many people I still got in here? I got a few people. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to see a watch party with the movie Metropolis, and we'll set that up and see what we can do with it.
I'm definitely down. Let me know. Throw a link out on your page, and I'll see if I can make it.
Yeah. I'll set it up. I'll set it up in plenty of time. Let's see. Yeah, ZX says 1. Jehovah's Daughter 1. sounds like we got a pretty major consensus growing here of watching the Fritz Lang classic Metropolis.
So no Dropsody on that one.
I wonder if they'll have sound in the future. Hey, who knows? Maybe as this is going, I'll just run some reggae music in the background or something, you know?
I'm still saying Mystery Science Theater style.
Oh, yeah, we'll do that, man. We can do that. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll do it with, you know, a few people on panel and, you know, we can do it like that. That I love doing that anyways. I do that all the time when I watch fucking movies and shit. And I think we'll be okay with that one because it's so old. It's actually in the Library of Congress anyway. So yeah, it's
well, of course it is. That's their propaganda reel.
Are you kidding? Yeah, that's wild. I just now that's the first time I realized that the setting for that was just 2 years from now.
And it's what's really fucked up about that is that they're doing it now.
Yeah. How far off was Fritz Lang? You know, and I mean, we're seeing I know there's elements of transhumanism, there's elements of alchemy, there's there's a lot of things. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I watched it before.
If they're wearing fucking masks, I'm gonna be freaked out.
No, there was none of that, but there was definitely it's good. I mean, it's pretty good, and like I say, it was ahead of its time. There are portions of the film that are missing, but most of it is there. And so they kind of fill in for you what parts are missing, especially in that copy there, which is it's a good one because it's got some of those captionings that you need in there. But yeah, it's a great flick, and like I said, it was ahead of its time. And now I'm looking at it and realizing it was 2026 is the setting for the movie. Wow, this might be that throws a whole nother angle on how far off are they, you know?
Well, it just goes to show you exactly how far ahead of its time.
Well, look, how many people have written or made movies about such type of a dystopic future? I mean, it's like we talk about predictive programming all the time, and that's another form of that predictive programming.
Is it movies or is it memories from lost times?
Like a racial memory? Yeah.
An Akashic.
Well, that's referred to as a racial memory, and not meaning by the color of your skin or anything like that, but passed down through like genetics, like how most people have this natural fear of spiders. Why is that?
Right.
Why is that? Why do
they were in the caves?
People have a natural fear of snakes? You see, it's just it's that kind of a thing, and I've wondered that as well. But it seems like it came about as a thought. So we look at the process of creation anyway, right? And a thought, an idea, and then when it is spoken, it has power. And when it's put into spelling or written, and I believe that media is another way of that, like video media is another way of writing, of spelling, right? And that eventually, that if there's enough of that and it gains enough popularity throughout the populace, then it can actually manifest itself into reality. You understand where I'm coming from? So we had a lot of very popular books that in many times, like a lot of them, these were required reading in school. Orwell, right?
There's actually...
Do you remember that? I mean, when I was in high school, we had to read Orwell.
Do you remember?
In junior high, we read Animal Farm. We read 1984. Then we read Brave New World in high school. That was a required reading. And,
do you remember
we all have in common, right?
Do you remember the book Mrs. Bigsby and the Rats of Nim?
Yeah, I remember there was a cartoon about it too, man. There was
Yep. the NIM.
Yeah, it was
Do you know
called,
what NIM is?
it's the National Institute of Health or some shit like that.
Mental health.
Mm-hmm.
You should look into the studies. You want to talk about predictive programming? There's a reason that that book got read by all of Generation X. It was the programming.
Lucky's on that shit to put the spell into video frame. Right, they hire a cast the spell. Right
Yep.
on, brother. Right on.
It's all
And
in
I was
our
saying,
words.
how many movies really? If you think about it, and all these classics, and I don't know who the fuck decides what's a classic or not, but these
They do.
classics, the Great Council of they, but I mean, like I said, Orwell, 1984, all of these, and they were all connected to the elite. George Orwell was actually, what was his name? Blair, Sir Eric Blair. He was knighted, and of course, one of his relatives, it was Tony Blair. It's that same family. These people go to Eton. That's where he went to. Huxley went to Eton. So this is definitely like they put this plan, okay, and it's like, why would they tell us about it? Well, I think on a deeper level, and Lucky hit on it really great too, especially since the advent of film. Because now, like he said, they put the spell into video format. They hire a cast. They cast a spell. I like that. That's a ding dong, it went off.
I think it's about disclosure.
Well, I don't think just about disclosure, but actually putting it into the ethos. And that right there, that brings forth the element of creation. You understand? Of fruition,
right.
From the creation to fruition.
Yeah, in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
Right.
Like, I get you. I totally understand where you're coming from.
Or
What
like,
I'm saying
what? I
is-
think I'd like to have a house. Okay, so we need to build a house. All right, how do we build the house? Now we spoke about it. Now we're going to put it down into writing. We're going to draw up plans for it, right? Then from those plans, we bring it into, with a cast, a crew, we bring it into fruition, into the reality based off of initially our, hey, we need a house.
Well, even your foundations, a lot of the time now, they are being cast.
Yeah.
So you think about that, a cast foundation. What's the first part of the house? The foundation.
But
and they're finding that with all these casted foundations, they're finding a lot of cracks.
Yeah, I figured something like that. I was around when they first started doing that shit. I was building houses back when they first started doing that shit.
Well, it's the same thing. I'm not necessarily, I'm talking more metaphorically, because they've been using like a lot more CGI with their casting.
Oh man, isn't that what these strikes are about? I guess is because and they're bitching about the CGI and shit like that because it's putting stunt people out of work.
Mm-hmm.
That was.
If I can fly somebody across the room without having to pay for a casting of that.
Yeah. But so yeah, like I was saying though, there's a lot of these movies are in this put this dystopic, totalitarian type of thing in even the sci-fi shit, right? Like Star Trek. What do we have with Star Trek? It's not just it started with a one world government of Earth, right? And then it went into this federation of planets. Where, there again, the same slippery slope we went to with the United States when we went from being a confederation to a federation. You see, that's some, they were still pushing that same one world, one galaxy government,
Absolutely.
Everybody together, kumbaya, my lord, all this other fucking bullshit. And it never works out like that, man. It never does.
And all the archetypes are there. I mean, you look at Spock. Spock is an elf. What is the elf but the L?
Well, according to Dr. McCoy, Spock was a green-blooded bastard or some shit like that all the time. That's what he called himself. Called him names. Hated him. Hated that motherfucker, boy. But they liked each other too. So,
well, you think about it.
Dynamic.
The gods were always put down. Like the story, like stay in your fucking lane, and the story's clear to see.
Well, here's an interesting thing. Think about this. The name of the ship's the Enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
Captain Kirk. Kirk it means church.
Yep.
Kirk, it's there again. But Hello Baby says that Star Trek was a military organization. Yeah, Starfleet. Starfleet. Yes. That was and it's interesting too that everything is in those sci-fi movies like that where they're dealing around with space and shit. They always use naval ranks.
You know, I wonder who would win. I wonder if Star Trek would win or Star Wars would win. Like in an all-out battle, like that one empire versus the other empire.
The what now?
If Star Wars and Star Trek were to fight.
Oh.
You like empire to empire. You know, because Star Wars has all those like super fast ships and shit like that, and they could just beam into the fucking center of the thing and blow up the Death Star.
Well, yeah. You know, I heard that on that forest planet of Endor that they had trouble because of Chewbacca was getting freaky with the little Ewoks, man. They had to cut a lot out. I mean, he was like a horny poodle after those little Ewoks. I mean, I saw the cut footage. It's not pretty. It really isn't.
I bet you it was like putting a male rabbit in with 150 females.
It was,
but they weren't all females.
It was even worse. I mean, he was just grabbing them left and right. He was yeah, they're spinners for Chewbacca. Hello Baby knows exactly what we're talking about. The Ewoks are spinners for Chewbacca's. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they had to actually they had to cut a lot of those scenes out. They really had trouble keeping Chewbacca under control.
You know, I wonder what the name Chewbacca means.
It's probably from somebody's drunk grandpa, and somebody said, "Go up to the store, get me a sack of Chewbacca." So that meant to go up and grab a pouch of Red Man.
Right.
Get me some Chewbacca. Hey, listen, I've learned to understand Hollerese, man, living here. When I first came here, man, people I met, you come up out of some of these hollows, I couldn't understand a fucking thing they said. I had to have somebody translate for me, man. I'm not shitting you.
Dude, I've had plenty of time in Western Pennsylvania. I know exactly what those hollers are like. Lived in West Virginia for a little while. You ain't seen redneck until you come out in those West Virginia mountains.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. There's some hillbillies.
Yeah.
Goddamn. We had these one people, they would come down off the mountain probably once a quarter, roughly. They must have gotten like a pay or something like that. But the dad was half retarded. The mom was completely retarded. And the kids, I just felt bad for them. You know, because some of them were like, because you can see if somebody's got some slow issues normally.
Right.
And the children did not appear to be slow, but because they were surrounded by slow, they themselves also were then in turn slow.
What in the fuck?
Anyways, I gotta get going, man. It's 1:00. I'll catch you later.
All right, brother. You have a good night. We'll see you next time. I'm going to shut it down here in a minute. I'm finding some crazy shit, though. I found this. Somebody freaking out in a Walmart.
All right, play that one. That's always good times, and then I'm leaving.
Oops, wait. I got to go. Damn it.
That's Dystopia. I mean, that is a Walmart, but...
No, it's this one right here. This woman's got a crucifix. He's freaking out about Jesus warding off demons or some shit, man. I don't know. Usually I see those from Clown World. They're pretty funny. That's where I got that fat lady on the that fat lady that was on the little cart trying to get out through the automatic doors, and she was too fat to get through the door.
She's not fat. She's pleasantly plump and happy with her size.
She's fluffy. She's not fat. She's fluffy. Anyway, yeah, you take it easy too, Nubs. We'll talk at you next time. So I'm going to say goodnight here as well. I'm going to say thank everybody for coming tonight. Had a good time. We'll see you next time. Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. Don't forget, the Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey. And see a doctor and fire his ass because he'll probably kill you. And everybody have a good night. Good night.